For the past several years, I had not set sight on another pair of eyes that weren't the stormy gray of mine. Had it not been for my meticulous record-keeping, perhaps I would have lost track of time a long time ago. I wonder how long it would have taken for the days to blend into weeks and the weeks into months. 2 years? 3? 5? It had in fact been 6. 6 long years since the whole world went to hell. If hell was a cluster of brilliant white tractor beams sweeping across the face of the earth from outer space. My name is Eddie Winters, and while no one may ever get to hear this, I am, as far as I know, the last surviving man on planet Earth. And this is my story. I still remember the date as clear as I would my own birthday. Even clearer still. After all, it was the last significant date in the history of humankind. I suppose that would make it the last public holiday planet Earth ever experienced. But this story would not be complete if I did not take it a few months before. It was in fact the day of my wedding anniversary, and, like the husband of the year that I was, I brought my wife the gift of bad news. The day began like any other weekday, with a 30-minute commute to my job at NASA. There was no sign whatsoever that I would discover something that would change not just my life, but that of everyone on the planet. At the time, I was part of a small group of scientists tasked with researching into the planets on the farther end of our solar system and the nature of their climates as they were affected by various factors. For this reason, and because I found it oddly comforting looking into the vast unknown, it was not uncommon for me to spend long hours on the space telescope. I liked to work alone, as I was more used to it, and other than being co-workers, I did not have much of a relationship with the people in the office. This meant that I was usually one of the last to leave work, at least in my department. When evening came, I sat, peering into deep space in the direction of the dwarf planet Pluto. It was not a part of my research, having been downgraded since 2006, but I found it fascinating, from its erratic orbit to its one moon that was about half the dwarf planet's size. If I had not been looking at Pluto at that exact moment, my story would have gone a bit differently. As I looked into the telescope, there was a sudden displacement in the vacuum of space, almost like a hole had been ripped open in the very fabric of space itself. At first I thought it was a glitch of some kind, but as I watched, something emerged. It was no bigger than a grain of sand to look at, but next to Pluto I could make out just how big this object was. And it was massive. Roughly a third of the size of Pluto's moon. As this strange object fully emerged from what I was starting to realize was in fact a wormhole, it was followed by another. When that was out, yet another followed it. As soon as the third was through the wormhole, it vanished as mysteriously as it had appeared. I backed away from the telescope, and for a full minute I found myself trying and failing to process what I had just witnessed. And then it hit me. While I did not fully comprehend what I had just seen, there were a few things that were clear. First, 3 foreign unidentified bodies had just entered our solar system. And second, they had very intentionally appeared here. I had to tell someone. I rushed to my supervisor's office. Luckily, he was still around. Forgetting my manners, I barged in, startling the man who was doing something on his computer. "Have you gone mad, Eddie?" he asked. My supervisor was only a few years older than I was. He was also pretty new to the job, having been recently promoted following his predecessor's retirement. Personally, I wasn't too fond of him because he had overnight grown a massive ego, and he was a gambling addict. I had no doubt that on his screen right then and there was an ongoing game of blackjack, and he was losing. "I am so sorry, sir," I said. There's... I had not quite prepared a speech, and now I was lost. "Well," he said, "out with it. I'm in the middle of something." There's something you need to see, sir." "Well, what is it?" "The telescope, sir," I said. "I think you should see for yourself." He rolled his eyes, and I knew he was considering dismissing me, but I also knew he knew that if I reported his refusal to do his job, he would get in trouble. With a sigh, he got up from his chair and gestured for me to lead the way. I took him back to the observatory and stopped right beside the telescope. He stopped in the middle of the room and raised a brow. There was an air of self-importance around him that ticked me off, but I kept my annoyance in check as I explained. "I think it would be best if you just take a look, sir," I said. "The telescope is pointed towards Pluto." He moved up to the system and looked. I waited patiently in anticipation of some sort of startled reaction. But instead, all I got was, "What am I supposed to be looking at exactly?" he said. It's right there, sir." "Pluto?" he said. "It sure is. Don't tell me this is the first time you're seeing it." "Not the planet, sir," I said. I paused. I didn't want to say objects because he already seemed ready to leave. I had to take the risk. "The spaceships." He raised his brow so high, for a moment it got lost in his bangs. "The what?" "Spaceships, sir," I said. "You must be able to see them. They're right by Pluto's moon." He stepped back from the system, and I took a look for myself. To my equal parts horror and surprise, there was no strange object in sight. There was an abundance of reasons why I could not see them any longer, and every single one of them made me feel more and more uneasy. I looked up at my supervisor, and I could see that he was questioning both my credibility and my sanity. He didn't see the possibilities I saw. He saw a subordinate wasting his time. "They were there," I said. "I swear it. 3 of them." "So you think you managed to spot 3 so-called spaceships all the way across the solar system? Describe them to me, then." "I could not do that, but I do know they were oddly shaped and they appeared to look alike." "You do know what asteroids are, correct?" "They showed up through a wormhole a few minutes ago. I don't believe asteroids behave this way." My supervisor blinked twice. "To be absolutely clear, you're talking about an alien spaceship." "I know how crazy it sounds, sir, but..." "Do you?" he said. "I'm not sure you do, because if you did, you would not be telling such atrocious lies." "I'm not!" "What? You thought this would be funny?" he said. "Last year, that goof Jimmy tried to pull a prank on the newbies about alien space signals, and you're trying to one-up him?" "It's not like that, sir." "You remember what happened to Jimmy, yes? He lost a shot at a promotion because of it." In that moment, I felt the same hate towards him as I had towards all my past bullies. The former supervisor would have listened to me no matter how ridiculous I sounded. But not him. "Go home, Eddie," he said. "And next time you see me, it better be about your research, not some silly story you're spinning." I tried to defend myself, but he gave me no chance before storming off. Left with no choice, I packed up for the next. The drive home to the suburbs was filled with looming dread of the future. My supervisor had dismissed my claims, but that did nothing to change how much I believed in what I had seen. Even my alien spaceship speculation seemed more and more real to me. Something, a host of somethings, judging from the size of those ships, had decided to visit our solar system. I had no doubt that Earth was their final destination. By the time I pulled up in front of my suburban home, I had completely forgotten the date. I was quickly reminded when I arrived at the front steps. As I struggled to fetch my keys, the door opened from within, and there was my wife, Beatrice, standing in the doorway, dressed in a sleeveless red gown. The material was sheer enough to be sexy, but stretched enough to accommodate her 6-month-old baby bump. Her face was lightly made up, too. She'd put in effort, and it paid off. With an accompanying smile that lit up her whole visage, she looked stunning. If there is anything I truly regret from before the end of the world, it was that in that moment I failed to give my wife the appreciation she deserved. "Hey, baby," I said tiredly. "Happy anniversary." I watched as her face fell, and I wanted to kick myself over and over for it.
"What's wrong?"
she said. She moved aside, and as I stepped in, she locked the door after me. Then she came to stand in front of me again. There was no rush with her. She took my coat and my backpack and ushered me into the dining room where a dinner spread awaited us. Suddenly, I hated myself even more for ruining the night. And to this day, I still do. We sat down, paying no mind to the food, which smelled great. "I guess you could say, bad day at the office," I said at last. I chuckled humorlessly. For most other professions, that would have been a casual statement. But when your job had to do with space study, it was a whole different situation. Her jaw went slack.
"How bad?"
I felt my confidence wane. Suddenly, my supervisor's words had me questioning everything I thought I was certain of. I sighed.
"Eddie, talk to me,"
she whispered. "I don't want to needlessly alarm you," I said. She reached across the table and took my hand.
"If you're already alarmed, then so am I. You might as well let me know why we're both alarmed."
"I saw something," I said, "while I was doing a study."
"I mean, it's not aliens, is it?"
she said. It was an attempt to break the ice, and she laughed, but she quickly grew silent when she saw that I didn't quite find it funny. I think it is," I said. Her face went pale.
"Well, that joke was in poor taste."
She was trying desperately to keep the mood light, but I was not a good sport. You have to remember that I am only drawing conclusions based on what I saw, and I know nothing of a certain, but I saw 3 unidentified objects enter our solar system while I was observing Pluto, I said. They looked like they could be asteroids, but they came through wormholes, and they moved in formation. I tried to show my supervisor, but by the time he got to the telescope, they were out of sight. He didn't believe me and thought I was trying to pull a prank.
"Well, you have to convince someone, right?"
she said.
"Maybe someone higher up?"
"If I pushed too hard, I could lose my job and all this could be nothing." She squeezed my hand, and I looked up to meet her eyes.
"Do you think this is nothing?"
Beatrice asked. I thought about it for a moment. Then I shook my head. "I know what I saw," I said firmly. "Those were not asteroids. The fact that they were out of sight before I could get my supervisor means they weren't moved by orbit."
"So what are you going to do?"
she asked. "If those ships are coming here, we have to be prepared for the worst," I said. "We can't tell people about it because at best that could cause a state of panic, and at worst I'll lose credibility and be branded a conspiracy theorist. In both cases, I did sign a non-disclosure agreement. I would lose my job and get sued."
"Right. Let's not do that."
She paused and thought.
"But you cannot do it alone. You have to convince someone, anyone."
I sighed. I could not disagree with her, but I did not want to face a repeat of that evening. Still, she was the one telling me to do it. "Fine," I said, "but don't hold on to any hope."
"Good,"
she said with a smile. She seemed unfazed by the news, but I knew otherwise. She could see that I was shaken, and she was trying to be the strong one. The smile was still on her face when, all of a sudden, she stood up and excused herself from the dining room. I did not hear her climbing the stairs, so I was subconsciously aware that she was in the living room, although I had no idea why. A few seconds later, music began to play from the stereos. I recognized the intro immediately. It was the same song that we had danced to at our wedding reception. She returned to the dining room and came up to me with her hand outstretched. "What are you doing?" I asked, but I did not hesitate to put my hand in hers. Rather than answer me, she pulled me up to my feet and dragged me to the living room. Just as the first of the lyrics came through the speakers, we came to a stop in the middle of the living room. She pulled me close, and although I was still unsure what was happening, my hands automatically went to her waist.
"Tomorrow will bring whatever it will bring,"
she said.
"But tonight is for you and me."
Those were words I would never forget. I wish I could have let myself be in the moment and enjoy what would have been an otherwise perfect evening. But I could not shake the looming fear that everything was about to go horribly wrong. And I was right. I went into work the next day with the intention of doing as Beatrice suggested, but something forced me to change my mind. The first sign that something had happened was that people were staring at me weird as I entered the office. It was like the first day of work all over again, with everyone looking at me like they knew something about me that I didn't know they knew. And they did. I got my answer when I stepped into my office, and one of my colleagues, his name was Dave, who worked with me on the climate study, looked up. "Well, if it isn't the boy who cried aliens on Pluto," he said. "Aliens on..." I trailed off. "How do you know about that?" "Are you kidding?" Dave chuckled. "Everyone knows." Everyone? I felt my blood run cold. That was why everyone was acting weird around on my way up. As it turned out, my supervisor had told the story in the break room before I got into the office. Whether he had spun it further into some kind of joke, which I would not put past him, or they simply thought the same way he did, I did not know, but the whole incident had turned into a source of amusement around the office. To make matters worse, someone had been at the telescope and mentioned seeing asteroids orbiting the dwarf planet. Like the rug had been swept out from under me, resulting in a faceplant, I had quickly lost all credibility within the office, and by lunchtime, I was nicknamed the boy who cried aliens. It was there that I decided, although it would be more accurate to say that the decision was made for me, that I was on my own. If I could not save everyone, then I would do everything within my power to save my family. Very quickly, I realized that it was easier said than done. On one side of the situation, there was me, a realist with little more than my sheer determination in my arsenal, and on the other side, there was a potential threat, literally like nothing we had ever faced. Alien armadas potentially armed with weapons I could neither preempt nor counter. At first glance, it was a lost cause. But the one thing I knew for certain was that if anything was to happen to my family, it would have to get through me first. I was startled by my own strength of will, and perhaps the universe itself was too, because very quickly my will was provided away. There was no running from what was coming, but perhaps we could hide, somewhere not even extraterrestrials would ever be able to find us. Surprisingly, the location was the easiest part of my mission. As it turned out, Beatrice's uncle, Ronnie, had passed less than a year ago, having left no direct heir, and with Beatrice as his next of kin, she found herself the inheritor of a small ranch in the countryside. The ranch came with a few horses and a small head of cattle, but buildings were slowly growing uninhabitable, and the other structures like the bunkhouse and the stables were already past that. Thankfully, we had little need for any of it. As a matter of fact, the ranch itself was not the location. Rather, it was an old bunker that had been used during the Cold War, which happened to be hidden right beneath the ranch. If it wasn't already obvious, Beatrice was Uncle Ronnie's favorite out of all of his 16 nieces and nephews, and so she was the only one other than him who knew of the bunker's existence, and so she mentioned it to me. Over the following weekend, we took a drive out to the ranch to see the state of things. Beatrice took me right down to the bunker, which was right behind the main house. It was built to easily contain 100 people, with sleeping arrangements still intact. As we looked around the musty space at the cobweb-covered walls and the dusty surfaces, an uneasy feeling settled in the pit of my stomach, and suddenly, I felt a strong urge to empty my guts. I glanced over at Beatrice, expecting to find her inspecting the sleeping spaces, as she was doing last time I looked her way. But instead, she was looking right at me. Her facial expression matched the way I felt.
So this might be our new home for...
She trailed off for a moment and cleared her throat.
Forever?
We cannot let ourselves think like that, I said. I closed the distance between us and took both her hands in mine. Let's not think about it at all.
Pretty hard not to do that, considering we'll be spending the next few months working on it.
I sighed, pausing to pick my next words carefully. We are preparing ourselves for the worst, but at the same time, let's hope for the best. Yes, we'll be thinking of it, but let's not do so as if we're building a house, merely as a project.
This would be a tomb more than it would be a house,
she muttered wistfully. Beatrice, I whispered.
I know,
she said.
I'm sorry. It's just hormones all over the place.
I'm sorry.
This is not your fault,
she whispered. Maybe not. But you know what they say about ignorance, I pointed out. We could have been blissfully living our everyday life like everyone around us.
Right up to the moment it all goes tits up?
Pretty much.
I don't regret knowing, Eddie,
she said softly.
But all of this is pretty messed up timing, too.
She rubbed her belly to finish the sentence, and I understood.
What kind of world are we going to bring our child into?
I went down on one knee and planted a kiss on her stomach. I don't have all the answers, Beatrice. I swear to God I wish I did, but no matter what, we're going to be all right, I said. You and me and our daughter.
You and me and our daughter,
she repeated.
I quite like the sound of that.
Then hold on to that thought, I said. I returned to my feet and we kissed. And in that moment, I felt like I could take on anything.
So, what do you think of what we've got so far then, babe?
Beatrice said. Her tone had shifted so suddenly that for a moment I was taken aback. Our eyes met, and she smiled. I think it could actually work, I said. It's more than enough space for 3 with a proper ventilation system. If these walls aren't already lead-lined, we'll have to do something about that.
Lead-lined?
To prevent radiation and other kinds of rays that might be used for detection or destruction, I explained. We could get solar generators to generate light and maybe heat and to power all the appliances we might need. Air conditioning, electric cooker, a small fridge maybe, a television, even a PlayStation. She chuckled softly, and I felt proud that I was still able to make her laugh.
Well, what about food?
We can start on fresh produce, I said. The fridge will keep them fresh for a while. We could get meat from the animals, beef jerky, dried fish, eggs, I guess. Then there's canned stuff from the grocery stores. Then MREs. Those things last a long time, believe me. Could you calculate the rations?
I believe I could, but all those suggestions don't see us getting past 10 to 15 years, no matter how we ration. These things will eventually expire one way or the other.
I know, I said. And I did in fact think of that. And that's why we're going to have a greenhouse farm for plant-based food.
Down here?
She said. I'll make it work somehow. And it will be a lot of work, but Trial here, error there, and I think I can do it. We can do it. Her face fell, but I put a finger to her chin and raised her eyes to meet mine. We're gonna be all right, I said. I promise you. She smiled. It did not reach her eyes, but I tried not to dwell too much on it. Hope for the best, I said.
Plan for the worst,
She huffed. Damn straight. To say that the next few months were hectic would be to make a great understatement. Fortunately, I had saved up enough vacation days to apply for a long time away from the office. It also helped that my wife's delivery date was nearing, as I imagined that garnered me a few extra sympathy points. My supervisor seemed to find it all amusing, linking my request to the incident with the telescope. Not that he was wrong, but he granted my leave all the same. As I left his office, I could hear him chuckling to himself like it was the funniest thing. With work out of the way, our focus was put into upgrading the bunker to last us as long as possible, as well as stocking it up. We had various construction workers coming and going, but thankfully they didn't ask more than what they needed to know. Fixing up a bunker did not come cheap. It was fortunate that working as a scientist at NASA was not the worst paying job in the world, and we had a sizable amount in savings that we had been putting away for quite some time. Beatrice ran most of the numbers and did the grocery shopping, but I didn't let her do much else. With every day, I could see that she was closing in on that delivery date, and I refused to let her commit to any more stress than was absolutely necessary. The very thought of childbirth frightened and excited me in equal measure. On the one hand, I was about to be a daddy, but on the other, Beatrice's words about the kind of world we were bringing her into plagued me more and more. Still, through good days and bad, we managed to power through, with each of us holding on to the other when our own strength failed to get us through the day. Beatrice suggested we fix up the main house, or at least the bunkhouse, so we could move into the ranch, so as to cut the commute back and forth, but I immediately rejected the idea. It made sense to cut the cost and the stress of travel, but I knew living at the ranch would very quickly make it feel less like a project and throw us into the harsh reality that we were fighting hard to ignore. At the time, it was hard to rate our progress, as we had no idea how much time was left. But then we fixed the bunker up and stocked up the storage, and no alien warship darkened the skies. With a sizable hole in our bank account, a giant stockpile of less than palatable ready-to-eat meals in our bunker, and a fully functioning, self-watering greenhouse garden, I could not help the nagging feeling that surfaced, pointing out just how hilarious it would be if, after all that effort, I did turn out to be wrong. Granted, it would be a significant relief, but at the same time, the ranch was too far from our home in the city, and we would not be able to keep up with maintaining all of it. We found ourselves slowing down as we came to the end of the project, and there was still no sign of impending doom. On some days, I even caught myself anticipating it. But it did not come. Eventually, my vacation came to an end, and finding myself even more exhausted than when I left, I resumed work. Thankfully, the joke had gotten old in my absence, and while people occasionally referenced it around the office, I got less attention because of it. Ironically, that did nothing to help me feel better. I was even more unsure of myself than before I left, because now I felt like a conspiracy nut with a stocked-up bunker waiting for strange visitors from another galaxy who were here to destroy us all. I was losing faith in myself, and with Beatrice dealing with raging hormones, I could not bother her with my problems. The remainder of the work continued without my direct supervision, and every time I got a call from one of the construction workers confirming one instruction or the other, or the shipping company confirming my order of over 500 movies on Blu-ray, I found myself wincing with a hint of shame. Another month passed, and I had managed to fall back into the familiar routine of work. The uneasy feeling that came from staring out at the far reaches of the solar system had faded into a nudging sensation in the back of my mind, and I could deal with that. Back at home, Beatrice occupied herself with the final touches on the baby's room, as we were expecting her in another week. With the return to normalcy, perhaps I should have known that something was about to happen. And it did. One afternoon, I was on my way to lunch. I passed by one of the other offices in the observatory when I heard someone slam his desk.
Where the fuck is it?
A voice snapped immediately after. Curious, I stopped in my tracks. I knocked on the door and peered in. I recognized the face I met seated in front of the computer. He was an acquaintance named Chris and had been working at the observatory longer than I had. "Hey, Chris," I said. "What's wrong?"
It's just gone,
he said. I had not been expecting him to answer, and now that he had, I felt confident enough to step into the room and ask the next question. What's gone? He looked up at me, as if suddenly realizing that I was a real person and not perhaps a voice in his head. He took a deep breath and swept his hair away from his face.
Okay, listen. I've been tracking a couple of asteroids for a while now,
He said.
At first, I thought they were on a collision course with Mars, but I was wrong. They were on track to fly right past Earth in an hour or two, but a few minutes ago, they just vanished.
My heart sank so fast, I could have sworn I felt it in my gut. Nearly instantly, I broke out in cold sweat. What do you mean they vanished?
I mean that, exactly that.
He said.
One moment they were right there.
He pointed at the screen before him.
The next they were just, poof, gone.
Where, I had a knot in my stomach all of a sudden. Where did they come from?
What?
The asteroid trajectory. You've been tracking them, right?
I only discovered them when they passed Saturn, but if I had to guess, they were pulled into our solar system and made their entry somewhere near Pluto.
Do you have any imagery? I asked.
Yeah, hold on a sec.
He said. He tapped on the keyboard, and a moment later, the screen was filled with the magnified image of 3 asteroids. They looked perfectly ordinary, but not to me. It had now been 3 months since I last saw them, but I recognized the formation. I backed away so quickly I bumped into the door. He raised a quizzical brow.
You're right there?
He said. Before I could answer, one of the screens in front of him went off. Alarmed, he sat up and started tapping away again. What just happened? I asked.
Ah, shit. One of our satellites just went offline.
He said.
Must be a server issue or something.
He was barely done speaking when yet another screen went dark.
Fucking hell.
He muttered. He grabbed his phone and started to dial a number. Oh no, I muttered.
What? You know something about this?
I choked on the words. Those things you've been tracking. You're not going to believe me, but they are not asteroids.
What do you mean those aren't?
I didn't wait around for him to finish the sentence. I turned and left in a hurry. In the hallway, it took all my will to keep from breaking into a full sprint as I rushed back to my office. It was happening. The thing I had feared was happening. In record time, I cleared out my desk and grabbed my backpack. On the way out, I bumped into my supervisor. Eddie, he said, and where do you think you're going? I'm going home, I said. What do you mean you're going home? You should have listened to me when I said I saw something out there. He raised a brow. This again, he said. Are you serious? When I didn't respond, he went on. Eddie, have you lost your damn mind? Nothing out there is coming to get you. Jesus! You're right, I said. Nothing's coming, because they're already here, and I'm not sure what we can do now. What are you going on? Chris emerged from his office in quite the hurry. He looked down the hall the other way and then towards where I stood with my supervisor. On sighting me, his eyes lit up and he marched over.
Okay, I'm going to need you to tell me whatever the hell it is you know right now,
he said. What is going on? My supervisor interjected before I could get a word out.
24 of our satellites have gone down within the last 2 minutes,
Chris said.
No one seems to know what's going on. No one except you.
All of a sudden, the building shuddered violently around us. After about 10 seconds, the vibration subsided, but it did not cease completely. Without stopping to think, I took off, running down the hallway as fast as my legs would carry me. I could hear their footsteps pounding close behind me as they yelled at me to slow down and explain, but there was no time. As I burst out into the open air of the parking lot, I was greeted by the sound of commotion. A handful of people were standing around in confusion, and their numbers were increasing by the second. They were looking around at each other, as if hoping to find their answers in each other's faces. I stepped out from the shade and turned my face to the sky. I was still looking when Chris and my supervisor found me. "Explanation, Eddie," my supervisor said. "Right now." I shifted my attention to him. "Now you want to listen to me?" I said. "The boy who cried aliens? This is hardly the time to be petty." "You're right," I said, "because we don't have any time left." As if on cue, there was a hum the likes of which no one had ever heard or felt. It came from the skies above us. I was not the only one who looked up this time. Every head in the parking lot turned towards the sky. It was a good thing there were so many witnesses, because I would have had no luck explaining what happened next if I alone had seen it. At first it looked like the sky itself was peeling away. It was akin to the way paper burns in flames, except the paper being burned away was the clear blue sky, and the blackened ash spreading as the flame burned was the strange sight coming into view. As the sky continued to peel away, an asteroid-looking menace manifested before our very eyes. That was some sort of cloaking mechanism, I surmised. It looked to be one of the 3 we had discovered. Just a hunk of space rock. But the show wasn't done. Suddenly, the asteroid itself began to distort, morphing its outward appearance. As it did, the rocky exterior took on a metal-like form that quickly smoothed out all around. Eventually, the shape solidified, and hovering miles above the Earth was a shape too complicated to explain. It looked like the love child of a Formula One car, a jet fighter, and a blip. Picture it however you want. Then imagine it was big enough to stretch across the horizon. And I guarantee you're not too far off from it. That's a freaking spaceship, my supervisor muttered. I had lost the will to gloat, and instead I responded with a nod.
Oh dear God,
Chris whispered. His phone began to ring, and without taking his eyes off the alien ship, he fetched it and brought it to his ears.
Tell me you're seeing this,
he said. There was a lengthy pause as he listened to whoever was on the other end talk. When he at last spoke, his voice was cracking, and I could hear the terror bleeding through.
God help us all.
He slowly lowered the phone.
2 more spaceships, exactly like this one, have been sighted,
he said.
One in Somalia, and the other in Pakistan. What are the odds that they're here on a diplomatic visit?
Considering what I know about war from history, I said, I'm going to say 0. This is an invasion. With a hiss that could be heard for miles, the lower portion of the spaceship opened. Like a swarm of bees emerging from a disturbed hive, a cluster of spacecraft, too numerous to count, flooded out. They took up formation around the mother vessel, suspended just below. From far below, they looked like insects, but I estimated that each one was the size of a private plane.
That's not looking good,
Chris said. No, it isn't, I agreed. In the distance, I could hear police sirens wailing. The sound did not come any closer, but that made no difference. The mother vessel was so big that no matter where they were, as long as they were looking up, they were seeing the same thing we were. When the last of the smaller craft took up their position in the formation, they opened up all at once, in a similar manner as the other ship. The next moment was beyond terrifying. Thousands upon thousands of metal spheres fell towards the earth. All around the lot and on top of the buildings and even beyond the premises, the metal spheres crashed down. The nearest one to us landed about 50 meters away from where we stood. It had a diameter of about 4 feet. Instinctively, we backed away, and scarcely had we done so when the sphere opened up. Within it, there was a humanoid figure, crouched with its head to the ground. Its entire body was black and scaly. As the sphere fully opened up, it collapsed into the creature's back like some sort of carapace. I looked around and found that all of the other spheres had mimicked this one, and now there were dozens of kneeling humanoids all around the lot alone. In unison, all the aliens arose to their feet. As they did, I got a good look at them. Simply put, they looked abominable. First of all, I came to the disturbing realization that they didn't, in fact, have heads. Their upper bodies came to a climax at the neck, which was covered in gill-like slits that pulsated. They had 2 pairs of hands that ended in little nubs like those of a handicapped human. Their feet closely resembled a human's, at least more than the rest of their body parts did. But their feet lacked toes, as if they had been joined together like a shoe. While their outer bodies were black, as I had earlier thought, there were strange crevasses all over their chest, upper arms, and torso, and from these crevasses, the gills included, glowed an ominous blue. Across the parking lot, I watched as one brave, and ultimately stupid, soul approached one of the aliens. He was too far out of reach to hear what he was saying, but it involved a lot of slow hand movements. He was still in the process of speaking when, quick as a viper, the alien snatched him up by the neck and lifted him off his feet. Its nub of a hand appeared to have morphed into a prehensile limb. What I witnessed next was truly and absolutely horrifying. The alien's neck of a head opened up like a flower in bloom, and from the depths, a long, slimy tongue emerged. It latched onto his forehead, and we watched on, too petrified to react as he screamed in agony, writhing for a moment until his body went completely still. The alien let go, and the man fell to the ground, dead as a doornail. Even with what we had just witnessed, or perhaps because of it, no one moved. The strangeness only continued, however. The alien that had just murdered a man began to convulse like it was having an epileptic fit, and then it began to shapeshift. Its neck, which had returned to its previous shape, swelled into a bulbous shape that went on to take on the form of a head. When it was done, it was still as black as the rest of it, except it had now taken the exact shape of the dead man's head. Every orifice it had grown as a result glowed blue, and when it opened its new mouth, it was from an abyss of blue and black that its first words emerged.
"Good day to you, humans,"
he said in a perfectly natural voice.
"On behalf of the..."
There was a pause, and it mumbled incoherently, as if choosing a suitable word from our vocabulary.
"Empire, we hereby claim you."
2 of its hands morphed into blades, and the other 2 morphed into something I could not quite make out. Not until it stretched out its hand and a beam of blue light shot forward, burning a hole right through a man who had started to run.
Do not resist,
It said.
there is no escape.
The parking lot exploded with screams. The other aliens mimicked the one who had spoken and summoned their weapons. Everyone fled the scene as the aliens began to fire with reckless abandon. Paying no mind to where Chris or my supervisor went, I ran for my car parked not too far from where I stood. Nothing else mattered to me other than getting Beatrice and getting her to safety. Staying low, I made it safely. Reaching into the glove compartment, I found a handgun I had stashed. The sight of it comforted me slightly, but I had to hear her voice. From behind the wheel, I saw a beam of white light shoot down from the skies. It covered my supervisor, and I watched as his body seemingly disintegrated, rising through the beam as it did. More of these beams appeared all around, and more people were snatched up. Urgently, I plugged in my phone and asked my phone's assistant to phone my wife. As the phone began to ring, I stuck the key in the ignition and turned it. The car roared to life, and I put the car in reverse and floored the pedal. I backed into one of the aliens, and it rolled over, landing on the hood of my car. Before I could shift into drive, it raised its head and looked at me. I saw its hand immediately rise towards me. It was fast. I was faster. I snatched up the gun and, taking aim, I somehow managed to think up a quick prayer that my bullets would actually do damage, unlike every sci-fi movie ever, as I squeezed the trigger. I fired thrice through the windshield, and bluish, black alien blood and brain matter exploded all over my hood. Wasting no time, I put the car in drive and accelerated. The alien rolled off the car, smearing its goo across the windshield as it went. The call attempt disconnected me as I made it out of the premises. Beatrice was not picking up. My heart went into a flurry as I hit redial and put my foot all the way down. In a manner I would never have imagined myself doing, I weaved through traffic like a maniac. Energy beams whizzed left and right all around me, but I kept my head down and stayed on course. Much to my relief, there was a little click through the speakers, followed by Beatrice's voice.
Hey, baby.
She said.
Everything all right?
She sounded calm. Where are you? I asked.
I was out in the garden earlier, but I'm just out of the shower.
She said.
The cherry tomatoes are very ripe, and I was thinking for dinner I could...
Forget the tomatoes and forget dinner. I said, get ready and grab the bag.
The bag?
She said. Yes, babe. Do it now.
My God, it's happening.
It is, I said. They're taking the city, and by night they will be moving out towards the suburbs. I've got alien blood on my car as we speak.
What? Are you okay?
Fine. I'm fine. I'll tell you everything when I get there. For now, just move. I ended the call and focused on driving. 5 minutes later, the phone rang. My first thought was to ignore whoever it was, but fearing that it might be Beatrice, I blindly hit receive.
Baby!
It was she. Her voice was a stark contrast from a few minutes ago. She was palpably terrified. Yeah, I'm almost home, I said.
We have a problem.
She said. I'm sure whatever it is, it can wait.
Oh, I am very sure it can't.
She laughed nervously.
My water just broke.
In an instant, my arms were riddled with goosebumps. Oh no.
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought.
Right now?
I didn't choose this, you know.
I know, I said. I'm sorry.
We have to get to the hospital.
We can't afford to, I said. The city is overrun with aliens and they're either killing or abducting.
Well, I am about to go into labor, Eddie.
We'll have to take care of that ourselves.
What the hell does that mean?
I did not bother to answer as I turned off the road and into our neighborhood. Beatrice was waiting by the door with a carry-on bag as I pulled up beside the house. She was staring at the horizon in the direction I was coming from, and I knew she could see the mothership in the distance. Her eyes widened in further horror as she took in the bullet holes in the windshield and the strange liquid running down the glass. Hey, baby, I said. I wasn't sure if she heard me because her eyes remained on the windshield as she got into the car. I let her be for a moment as I drove on. She took out her phone, and I wasn't sure why, until the sound of screams started to play through her speaker. People were already uploading footage of the invasion on YouTube. She watched with her hand over her mouth, muffling the tears she could not let herself shed. It was a full 5 minutes before she spoke.
Oh no. I'm scared, Eddie.
She said.
I know we planned for this and all, but...
It's okay to be scared, I said. You'd have to be mental not to be.
You don't seem scared.
She pointed out.
You shot at the thing.
She waved her hand wildly at the blood smear. Killed it, actually, I said. But yes, I am scared. I'm terrified, in fact. Unfortunately, I cannot afford to show it right now. If we are to survive, one of us has to keep their head on straight while the other panics, so this is my turn. We just have to stick to the plan and we'll be all right.
The plan did not involve going into labor at the worst possible time,
she pointed out. That is true, I admitted. How far apart are your contractions? She glanced at her watch, but did not answer for another minute, and when she did, it was with a wince, cursing under her breath.
8 minutes,
she said. We're going to make it to the ranch, I said.
And then what?
I think that's pretty obvious. We're going to have to deliver this baby ourselves.
I do not like the sound of that.
Relax. I read a book or two.
I should relax because you read a book?
She deadpanned. A book or two, I corrected.
That doesn't make this any better.
She snapped. I know. I'm working with what we've got, okay? In truth, I had done a lot more than reading a book or two. I had read 4 books, and on top of that, I had watched a couple of birthing videos. Our current predicament was a fear that had lived a long time in my mind. I stretched out my hand, and she took it in hers. I love you, Bee, I said.
And I love you, Eddie.
Everything's gonna be all right.
Promise?
I pulled away until we were linked only by our pinkies. Promise. It was nearly a half hour before the ranch came into view. By this time, Beatrice's contractions were already less than 5 minutes apart. She was holding onto the car door handle so tight that her knuckles had lost color. With nothing but dirt road ahead of me, I paid no mind to speed limits or safety, not slowing down or stopping even as we came up to the wooden gate. The gate exploded inward as we tore right through. Only when we were past it and nearing the tree front of the house did I slam on the brakes. The car came to a stop inches away from a collision with the building, but I didn't stop to think too much about it. I rushed over to Beatrice's side and helped her out, and then I carried her the rest of the way. In the far distance, I could make out the tiny forms of the spacecraft, like a horde of locusts migrating to the next cornfield. We went down to the bunker and I locked the doors up behind us. There was no time to stop and process that this was perhaps the last time we would see the direct sunlight for a long time, or even forever. Beatrice was in pain, and bringing an end to that was my primary concern, not to mention with every second that passed, the baby's life was more in danger. The bed was positioned against the wall and did not give the maneuvering space I needed, so I spread a sheet on the floor and laid her down on it with a pillow to support her head and her legs propped up and spread wide apart. I washed my hands at the sink and came to kneel between her legs. Taking a moment, I summoned all the knowledge I had gathered on the topic. Only one of us needed to be caught with our pants down. "All right, baby," I said. "I need you to stay with me, okay? Deep breaths." She nodded. Her face was beet red and her eyes were distant. "You take deep breaths as the contractions build and push at the peak," I said. "You can exhale as you push, or you can hold your breath. Just see what works for you. Remember that." She nodded again. I noticed that she was moving her hands a lot, so I grabbed it. Automatically, she squeezed tight. When her breathing came in shorter gaps, I knew she was nearing a contraction. "Okay, baby," I said. "I'm right here with you. Squeeze as tight as you need to." She let out a guttural cry, and her grip tightened so much at a point I feared my wrist would snap clean off. A minute passed before she relaxed again. I checked for a crowning, but the baby was not in sight just yet. I slapped her inner thighs to keep her conscious. "Come on," I said, "stay with me. You and me, remember?" She did not nod, but she met my gaze for a brief moment. A second time she pushed, but the baby was yet to come forth. It was at the third that the baby's head finally peeked through, and on the fourth push, the baby's head fully emerged. Just as I had learned, I gently helped it along, and with a last sigh, Beatrice collapsed in a sweaty heap, her eyes closing before her head even touched the pillow. All of a sudden, the enclosed space was filled with the sound of a crying baby. The feeling was surreal as I held the pink, chubby, living mound of flesh in my hands. This was my daughter. Our daughter. Still floundering in the strange feeling, I moved on to the task of cutting the umbilical cord. Then I wrapped her up. When Beatrice's eyes opened again, I propped her up on 2 more pillows and held our baby up to her. Her eyes lit up in a way that I knew in that moment I would never forget as she took the little girl into her arms. She looked up at me with tears in her eyes, but there was the biggest smile on her lips.
It's our baby.
She muttered dreamily.
Our little Willow.
Her head began to droop soon after, so I kissed her forehead and eased her back down to rest. She was out of it soon after, so I let her be while I prepared to sponge bath the baby, as I had seen in the instructions. I set her down on a pile of soft cloths we had stocked up on as I boiled the water. Perhaps, if I had not been so distracted, I would have noticed that something was wrong. By the time I did realize it, it was far too late. It turned out that she had ruptured a blood vessel, and at that moment, she was bleeding to death. This part of my story I would like to keep to myself. All I will say is she closed her eyes and she would never again open them. Postpartum hemorrhage, the book called it. Frankly, there was little I could have done. Not that I've managed to convince myself entirely of that. Outside the bunker, the world was burning, but it mattered little to me. Because there, in the bunker, I had just lost the one part of it that made the rest of it worth anything. The greenhouse made for a perfect resting place, and 6 years later, a beautiful dandelion grew in honor of her. Later in the day, I would turn on the television, and I found out that that same day, more than half of America was lost to the aliens. Those who weren't killed were never seen again, so perhaps it would have been better to die and get it over with. Around the world, other countries fared worse against the invasion. In a week, Africa was reduced to population 0. In a year, the rest of the world followed. And now, other than the remnants of the alien race that had stayed behind for whatever reason, I was living, undiscovered, in a ghost town, in a ghost country, on a ghost planet. On that sad note, I suppose I would say my story ends, except I'm still here, alive with none but one reason to face each new day, and even as I end this recording, I watch her lying in her bed, her eyes an exact replica of mine, hidden away from the world in slumber. Down in the bunker, the days are all the same. The mornings are spent on chores and breakfast. The noons are spent with my daughter playing games or watching old movies, which have yet to lose their taste in her eyes. The evenings mean the most to me, because then Willow asks for a story, which is a disguised request to tell her about the world I used to live in, and about the mother she will never know. The stories, more often than not, drag on longer than intended, and for as long as she's awake, she listens with childlike wonder. It is not a lot compared to what passed for entertainment in the past, but it means more to me than I could ever put into words. While I very often long for the world outside, Willow is yet to share my sentiment. Perhaps it is because the bunker is all she has ever known, or because I have overemphasized the dangers of the outside world. But here in our little space, with the little we have, she is content. Just the two of us, the last of the human race, the last of our kind. I cannot say how long these moments will last. Perhaps even in this little bunker, I will one day lose my daughter to the detachment of teenagerhood, but until that happens, I cherish the moment while it is here. If there is one thing I have been forced to learn since coming down to the bunker, it is to slow down and appreciate the moment. And my 6-year-old daughter has been a wonderful teacher. But beyond the bedtime story, there is one last thing I do before I myself finally turn in for the night. I have this little radio, you see. It's a dingy old thing, but with the television and the internet gone for good, the radio is the only hope I have of contacting the outside world to know if perhaps anyone survived the end of days. For years I have held out hope, and every night I search every available frequency in hopes of finding some glimmer. At first, the radios picked up signals non-stop when people were trying to coordinate attacks, throwing underhanded weapons against aliens, but slowly, yet surely, the voices went quiet, one after the other, until less than a year later, they were all gone. In all the 5 years since the world grew quiet, not once have I picked up as much as a whisper. It is the 1st of January in the year 2029, and for the first time, as I tune the radio, a voice comes through. It is muffled by static at first, but that is enough to spark a fire I had not known still existed. A yearning to see another familiar face.
Hello?
The voice says. It is a woman.
Is anyone out there? Hello, if you're out there, please help. We need your help.
My breath hitches in my throat, and my vision is blurred by sudden tears. We.
This was a mission Hannah Erickson had prepared for over 3 years. Now she was here. Their ship was now entering the atmosphere of Earth, a planet that humans have left over 850 years ago. This was the planet that humanity started on, but unfortunately, they had to leave. It was the same for Sophia Murphy, as it was for Hannah. Both of them were new to this planet, and she wasn't sure what they were going to see after so many years. There was a lot of hypothesis about what they would experience and what they would interact with. After all, it wasn't like this was the first probe that was sent to Earth. They have sent many ships with droids on board. So, they were right at home, since Earth still had old droids from hundreds of years ago, walking around on the planet's broken landscape. An infection was what led to many humans leaving the planet, and it was wild to believe for Hannah. The infection that took over the planet Earth, though, was aptly named the water flu, where it ravaged Earth and killed off billions. The ship landed on the brittle stone of the space launch pad that was once the center of space life within the solar system. Those days were gone, replaced by the reddish wind of the decayed Earth that now lost its luster. It was a sad display, how it became nothing more than a mini version of Mars, as the atmosphere wilted away.
This place used to be so green and lush,
Sophia said as she came beside on her platform.
Used to. Earth is just like the other planets now. An uninhabitable husk of rock,
Hannah said. Hannah looked at the tracker on her wrist, and it also showed measurements of her oxygen, heart rate, and other vital signs. Her oxygen was at 97%, and she just exited the ship. She needed to get going, so she glanced around to try to find the best path to their destination.
Let's go. We don't have much daylight,
Hannah said. Using their jetpacks, they got going as quickly as they could, for they were not here for sightseeing. They were here on a retrieval mission. The mission was to retrieve 2 things: a droid that was damaged, and any personal effects of a long-gone hero of the human race. Father Linton. A smaller ship was sent here with a droid, and it was going to pick up those personal effects until it was damaged. No one back at command control could figure out why it got damaged, but it was likely an animal that did it. Something told Hannah there was more to that, because the personal effects were within a self-secured property, which was the home of Father Linton. They reached the house and landed on the dusty, rocky land of the huge house. Hannah checked her vitals and saw that the hour-long travel knocked off much of her oxygen. It was now at 75%. She figured they had at least 1 hour and a half to search this place and get out of there. It seemed simple enough on the surface, but as she looked up, she realized this place was going to take a while to search. This place was as big as a mansion, but with cracked windows, and its sunken state within the earth made it an old relic of its magnificence.
Nice place,
Sophia said. Hannah chuckled and shook her head.
I'm sure it was a nice place for him to live back in the day.
I didn't think they used to build houses so low,
Sophia asked.
The population was way less then, so that's probably why.
They got inside, and the glass cracked under their feet as the musty air made their noses crinkle. Their search of the lower floors didn't afford them much. It only left them disgusted, because of the dirt-stricken condition on the floor, and the countertops layered with empty food packages. Outside of the empty counters, the cobwebbed-lined walls were broken and cracked, as if a madman hated its bland design. So they went upstairs using a wooden stairway that had seen better days. It creaked and groaned with each step they took. As soon as they reached the top, they found the droid. But the damage to the droid was more interesting than the climbing vines growing out of the roof.
Is that a burn mark?
Sophia asked. Hannah crouched before the droid and stared with fascinating interest at the blackened hole that rested in the skin of the droid.
Okay, this is weird,
Hannah said.
Maybe it malfunctioned and exploded?
Sophia asked as she walked around them. Hannah grabbed the droid and looked into its cracked screen. She hoped there was some life left in it. But as she turned it over and looked at the hole, the irreparable damage to the wires and circuits inside of the droid told her this machinery was a lost cause. Hannah took the recorder box of the droid and threw the droid down to the ground. She looked up and saw the large double doors. Out of all the doors within this house, this was the cleanest and most well-preserved. Hannah almost swore there was polish applied to its surface, the way it gleamed.
Hey, Hannah, come here!
Sophia called. Hannah followed her voice and found Sophia in front of an impromptu machine shop with a variety of old lab equipment that she figured would be around back then. The measuring tubes weren't used much anymore, since they had laser-assisted measuring scanners. It was all interesting to see, but to them, it was junk, and they needed to find the more important and necessary things to get out of there. A loud clank made Sophia turn her head as she tried to pick up on where that sound came from.
This place must be falling apart,
Hannah said. Sophia shrugged as she stepped over some fallen wires. They needed to start, for they only had so much oxygen as it was. Hannah pointed in front of her.
Check for anything important.
Sophia was the engineering specialist, so she was the best person to evaluate whether any of this junk would be useful. They didn't find anything worthwhile inside that room, and in the other rooms it was more or less the same thing, outside of a few family pictures and books that would be relatively interesting reading if they had the time. The personal effects they were told to look for were anything of importance, so the family pictures were a nice touch. Hannah wasn't sure what Command would do with them, but for a hero like Linton, this would be good in a museum for sure. When Hannah took on this mission, she figured they were sending her for something important. After all, this was the hero that spread the advanced technology of robots and droids across Earth. Even the droid Hannah left back there was an evolution of his prior robotic technology, so even now human beings still benefited from his genius. A scientific genius, not only in robotics, but also in medicine, animal biology, and physics. Any science he touched was gold. Earth had never known a genius like him since Einstein. Father Linton was a visionary. Sophia and Hannah came around to that polished door from before. She opened the door. It opened to an office that was covered in a desert of dust on the table and chairs. Hannah said,
Alright, let's get to work.
As much as she wanted to think about what happened to the droid, she was focused on her mission at hand for now. It probably malfunctioned anyways, which was odd, for droids were reliable. After a while of ripping out the confines of the bookshelves and the table drawers, it took a kick of the table to turn over the secret hidden under its wooden frame.
Sophia, come here.
Hannah said. It was a hidden compartment that probably had something nice to bring back. Sophia and Hannah checked, and that's when they found a hard drive. It was inside a glass enclosure, with an odd rainbow of wires flowing from the drive to the edges of the enclosure. There was also a connected black disc and camera lens, which was even more odd, Hannah said.
The disc powers this, but why would there be a camera connected to it?
Sophia touched her chin.
Oh, maybe it's self-powered. I think I studied something about this. They had these super hard drives that could record a large amount of data and then play them back in a video format. They were used by robots and camera drums. We don't use those no more. We replace them with volume nanodrives. Hold on, let me see it.
She took it and flipped something on it that got the glass enclosure glowing, a series of lights along the center of the hard drive. Before Hannah could react to it, a whirring grind made her teeth crackle together. Lights cascaded and formed up as the whole room shined in an overwhelming radiance that broke into its various colors. The light painted along the walls. Sophia and Hannah stepped back in fright as the room melted away under the images appearing around them. They saw super-fast hovercars, artificial suns over large farmlands, and huge 300-foot skyscrapers. This was Earth, renovated in all its splendor right before their eyes.
Whoa! Wow. This is Earth? Oh. Used to be Earth,
Hannah said.
It looks like it, but what's the year, I wonder? Hold on. Let me see.
The images were moving, and from the look of it, the carrier of this camera was flying over Earth. Was this the past? Hannah wasn't sure what to think of this, or if any of this made sense. She wondered if Command Control wanted these videos showing Earth before the devastating infection. It was a beautiful find, but why would Father Linton have this? As far as they knew, Father Linton was the man that created the hyperdrive technology for Earth to ascend into space and leave this planet and its viral-infested remains. A lot of those buildings that she saw through the video images were still there, albeit old and damaged in the present times.
From the information on this, it looks like 2091,
Hannah said.
Huh? That's the year of the infection.
A loud knock echoed throughout the house as the images flew over a shipyard of commercial ships and the blue gloss of the sea.
Do we have sound?
No, it doesn't have sound. Oh, there's a selection wheel. I think there should be other videos on here. Hold on.
She fiddled with the hard drive until it changed the images to a lab. And that was when they saw the great Father Linton. Father Linton waved his hand at the two women. Hannah's heart skipped in fright at the unforeseen gesture.
You sure this is a video?
Hannah asked. Sophia said.
Do you see the hands?
That was when they saw robotic arms moving on either side of the light, coming from the camera lens. It didn't take much brain power to realize where this video came from. A droid must have recorded this, and based on those carbon-coated titanium arms that extended towards Father Linton, it was a relatively new droid at that. This video was probably from one of his first robotic creations, and it made her wonder, Hannah said.
What is the date on this video?
Same year. I should have checked the month and date number.
Sophia said cautiously.
Yes, because that's the thing, though. Weren't there more primitive robots by then?
Hannah asked.
I don't know about that, but I can tell you one thing. The only videos here are from 20 and 91.
Hannah and Sophia looked at each other and knew what this meant. There wasn't a lot of information on what happened that year. Back home, they had newspaper articles, and there were history books about it. But this was video evidence of what happened the year they left Earth. They looked up at the droid, moving around Father Linton's lab, helping him with his research. This lab was bigger, so it was likely his lab within the University of Massachusetts. That place was already raided and excavated by droids.
Go later down the calendar year,
Hannah said.
Cool. Let's go right inside the time slot for the beginning of the infection. March.
Sophia went through the videos and chose a new one. The images changed, and it was the atrium of this mansion that was being shown now.
Oh, this is in his house,
Hannah said. A clatter of thuds made the two astronauts shake. But it was a good thing, for it reminded Hannah to check her oxygen. 59% was left. They had to leave soon. But there was enough time to watch a couple more videos. Father Linton came into view and motioned for the droid to follow him. It got closer, but stopped moving as Linton opened the door. A series of people came in, and they looked like important people. They were probably political officials, and a few looked like high command of the army, based on their strict attire and the shiny pins on their wrist. The droid assisted the officials as they took up residence in the conference room within his mansion, which they already searched. After several minutes of talking, they were angry faces, and exaggerated gestures of the arms with pointing fingers leveled at Father Linton. Hannah was shocked. It would have been so good if they had had some audio to this. But the best they could grasp was that they were either talking about the infection that was taking over the globe, or about his involvement in finding a cure for it. History books did say something about that. Still, it's funny how humans could let petty matters easily develop between them, when they should work together towards a common goal of helping humanity. Father Linton gestured at the droid, and it lifted a thin black object.
Oh my god!
Sophia said. A burst of light blew from the tip of the black object and ripped through those important persons. Most of them fell in a sea of blood and fabric. The rest backed away as the droid walked over to them and lifted that black object that Hannah now knew was a gun. It fired its payload into the persons and cracked the wall's once lovely paint job. The wall was nothing more than a mess of blood and holes, with bodies sliding down it. Father Linton stood there and clapped at Hannah and Sophia, or in this case, the droid. They stood there, disgusted and confused, while Father Linton seemed quite pleased with the droid's violent presentation, and assumed that this was a regular occurrence. It must have been, because Linton was unfazed and to some extent he expected it. Or maybe, as Hannah's imagination ran wild, he must have planned it. This couldn't be real, right? She wanted to say something, anything, but all she could do was watch as the video cut off and the next video loaded up to play like an endless nightmare. Sophia gasped.
What?
A thud emanated, and it made Hannah finally blink. She shook her head and made one step back as she tried to rationalize what she just saw. Sophia begged for an answer that made sense to her, but it was obvious. Yet Hannah didn't even want to speak the words. Those words were of bloody murder. The next thing that they saw reflecting across the room's walls was a lab, but this one was different. It had a dark undertone to it. Was it because of the different lighting, or was it because of what they saw before? Hannah couldn't even be sure, but she gained enough sense to ask.
What date is this?
That was when she saw Father Linton walking through the lab with headgear on, with the droids following him, and they were all armed with guns. Also, these droids were different, for she never saw droids like this before. Maybe Sophia would know.
Hold on.
Sophia's hand shivered as she moved to check it.
May the 12th.
This was pretty far into the devastation of Earth. By now, many of the country's governments have fallen. So why did Father Linton need armed security? Was it because there was anarchy at the time? There were a lot of missed facts about that time, and as much as she wanted to judge Father Linton, she couldn't exactly be sure of what they were talking about, since they didn't have any audio. They could have threatened to kill him, so maybe he was just defending himself. Yet it didn't explain the smile on his face. Hannah tapped Sophia on her shoulder, then asked,
Have you ever seen those models?
Sophia inhaled and shook her head.
I've never seen those, but I've seen that visor. It's on the early versions of the SP droid series. The rest of this thing I don't know.
Hannah watched as the droid followed Linton from the mansion into the city's reaches, and the vast rise of banners across the buildings. It was the same insignia across all similar colors of red and orange. That wasn't the weirdest thing, though. It was the droids. There were a lot of them. There were droids everywhere, and as far as she knew, the proliferation of droids were not that common in those times. They were supposed to be only prototypes at best. But Hannah and Sophia were seeing them everywhere. They walked the streets like guards, armed to the teeth, and other special ones were posted in guard positions at important buildings. This was not the history that she was taught at all. Where were the masks? Weren't people supposed to be dying of the infection? Because everybody was walking around quite fine, the only thing that seemed to be a problem was the obvious imperialistic-style proliferation of droids everywhere. Hannah wanted to assume maybe they were instituted by the government, but even back on their home planet, droids were merely servants at best, and it was illegal for owners to give them weapons. A loud bang echoed as it disturbed their souls. This decrepit house was going to be the end of them if they stayed here. But it was a low, humming groan that made Hannah glance at the open doorway. That must have been the staircase, and they were the only two people here. So what force on this earth could have pushed down on those soft wooden planks? It wasn't only Hannah. Even Sophia stared at the doorway. Hannah remembered the droid they had sent there, and that blackened hole in its surface. Hannah's heart skipped a beat, as the silence in Hannah's head phased out Sophia's words. Hannah never ran so fast in her life to the doors, and the moment she gripped the door's edges, the dirt-coated face of a droid popped over the stairway's top, with deadpan, red eyes. She wasn't waiting to find out what the hell she was looking at, so she immediately shut the doors and locked them from the inside. Hannah looked around and saw a clothes hanger stand. She pushed it through the door handles, just as a burst of bullets blasted through the top of the right door.
Oh God! Christ!
Sophia dropped to the ground, and so did Hannah. Both doors were hit with a volley of bullets that cut through the wood and into the room. Then, it stopped firing. They made no sounds as they listened for any movement outside of the room. That was when she realized they were stuck. There was only one entrance and exit, and it was through those doors that the droid was probably standing in front of. This couldn't have gotten any worse. Sophia gestured at Hannah and made her look up at the images moving across the wall, which provided more clarity on what was truly going on. There they saw Father Linton, standing in front of a crowd, like some fascist leader. Droids stood around him, tighter than the conditions in poverty-stricken public housing, with people waving their hands as if he was the king of this land. He might have been, and this was his history being told through the eyes of that droid. Sophia and Hannah exchanged unnerving glances that shouted a lot of everything that they wanted to say, but couldn't. One thing was clear. They needed to get out of there. Hannah looked at the dwindling oxygen supply dropping off of the cliff of 50%. She had to control her heart rate and the pain of her lungs begging for a deep breath. Clanks were heard as the droid moved. Hopefully, it was not closer to the doors. The images along the walls changed, and Hannah shuddered in fright to see the bright colors falling like a waterfall of death. For it was a fire and brimstone blasting into the mix of collapsed buildings along the lower wall of this room. They saw blasts of fire and bullets flying in a fierce display as droids fired on humans. It was war. This was madness. Her jaw dropped in shock and dismay as Hannah watched the scene turn again. It revealed Father Linton, smiling as he looked down at the devastation. Hannah couldn't defend Linton anymore. That wasn't possible. Not anymore, anyway. But as those clanks became duller in their tone, she figured if there was any chance to escape, it was now. Hannah slipped from her resting posture on the floor and into a crouch. She grabbed the handle. But a mechanical screech stalled her. Sophia mouthed something to Hannah, but Hannah's mind was drawing a blank on what she was trying to say. Her heart pounded in her head with a rapid beat. The images along the wall changed, and that was when they saw Father Linton hunched over in a chair in his home. He didn't look good, and struggled to breathe from the patting of his chest. Was this the flu? Other droids came into the room around Father Linton. Something was wrong. Father Linton looked up and gestured at the recording droid. That was when the droid lifted a gun and aimed it at its creator. Sophia looked away, but Hannah didn't, as Father Linton lost his life in probably the worst way possible. He was killed by his own machine. The question she was wondering was whether they were going to lose their lives in the same manner. A clank echoed in the hall. Hannah cursed herself for waiting too long. She wasn't sure what to do right now, but she was in charge of this mission, so she had to get Sophia and herself out of there. The oxygen was at 38%, so it was far too low already. Another clank, as Hannah motioned at Sophia to come toward her. Sophia nodded her head and crawled to her. The images shifted along the walls, and Hannah saw the droid in the video gesturing at armed humans. Were they rebels? Those humans were wearing masks and mouthpieces, so maybe there was an infection. She couldn't figure it out. Hannah could not lay there without asking herself whether Command knew about this. The clanks that followed were like receding echoes, so there was a chance to make a run for it. Or was this some sick movie? Was this what they were looking for? Probably not, if they made painful efforts to bury his past and made Father Linton a hero. They must have a reason, and that frightened Hannah a lot. because that reason made this secret a deadly thing to hold. The images on the wall shifted to one where it showed droids firing at other droids. So the tables have turned, it seemed. It was hard to believe how these images went from one shocking historical moment to another, so they couldn't keep up. Hannah lifted herself as she grasped the handle and put her finger to her lips. Sophia swallowed, but pertly nodded her head. The door shuddered from the force that hit it, and Hannah's hand nearly slipped off in shock. Sophia moved back, and so did Hannah. Now what were they going to do? She thought. Hannah looked back at the cascading images on the wall and saw the Voyagers. These were the spaceships that transported the last of humanity to their current homes. So she would recognize that ship anywhere.
Look!
Hannah snapped her fingers as the door was shaken by that mad droid. Sophia looked up and gawked in awe at the Voyagers. But more than that, the people that walked into it. Droids were seeing them off and guiding them inside. What was this? So the robots kicked them off of the planet? Or did they voluntarily leave and give them the planet? Was the droid outside one of them? There were so many questions she wanted to be answered, but those answers made no difference if she was dead. The doors kept being slammed, and the clothing hanger stand started to break down in the middle. Hannah glanced up and saw the droid's hand pressed against the outside of the door. The droid's head appeared between the open space of the door and glared its red eyes at Hannah. Hannah gasped and dropped back onto the floor. The droid's head pulled back and the door got bashed again and again. Hannah could see the edges of the door crackling and breaking.
God damn it, Erickson! What are we going to do?
Sophia shouted. She needed to do something. But what? Hannah had no weapon to speak of, and any physical fight with this droid, even if they won, would likely damage their suits. Hannah glanced at the oxygen and saw that it was 31%, which debilitated her confidence in attacking this droid. Any excess excursion would reduce the oxygen faster, but she needed to do something. Hannah swiftly looked around and figured those turned-over chairs could be of use. The bangs of the door complemented the rise of the Voyagers flying high into the sky, as a mass of droids stared up to make sure their masters left Earth safely. What of Hannah and Sophia? Hannah could care less as she pulled the chairs behind the doors, for it looked like they were going to have to give themselves their own special treatment. A blast of bullets goes through the door, but misses her as it sailed over her head. Sophia reached out her hand, and Hannah took it. They rolled to the other side of the door as it burst open. The droid stomped inside and thankfully looked the other way, for Hannah and Sophia pushed the chair and sat that droid down before carting him across the room like a dumpster truck. The droid clattered into the corner.
Run!
Hannah shouted, and they jetted out of there. Sophia ran through the front doors of the mansion first, while Hannah broke her better judgment to look back up the stairs and past the broken double doors to see the droid moving its hand around the hard drive, sitting there reflecting streams of light. Or maybe its memories. The droid cupped the hard drive tenderly and lifted it. No words could convey what she was seeing. Hannah turned her back on the droid and exited the mansion. They reached the expanse of the Earth they barely knew anymore. Hannah and Sophia quickly activated their jetpacks, leaving that accursed place behind. She was anxious about making it back, for they were cutting it close with their low oxygen supply. They weren't even sure they were the only ones left on this planet. Whatever fears they had of mystery droids shooting them out of the sky were dispelled as they touched down back at the landing site. 3% of oxygen remained, so they made it back just in time. They couldn't do anything for that droid, as there were only foregone remnants of what was left behind as Hannah and Sophia jumped into their ship and readied themselves for takeoff. It was insane what they found, and they weren't even sure if they should tell anyone what they found. What would it do? That was the question that bounced around in their minds as they activated the ship's thrusters and lifted off of Earth, not only for their last time, but also for the last memory that remained resonant in the video files of Father Linton, the father of robots, and the end of humankind on Earth.
Why is it staring at me? It looks just like me. No, that's not possible. I'm sitting here, right? That's not me. It just looks like me. Huh? It's trying to say something. It's trying to speak to me. Go ahead. You can do it. Yes, that's it. Open your mouth and speak to me, darling. Yes, that's it. Go on. Just a bad dream.
Rise and shine, moonshine.
Huh? Seth, where are we? Where are the others?
Everyone's fine. They're on the command deck. Miraculously, we all made it out in one piece. Except...
What? Who is it?
You don't remember anything, Piercy?
What the fuck are you on about?
Take a look at your left arm.
What the fuck? No, just fuck off. Is this some sick joke to you? Seth, what the fuck is this? Do not play games with me. What the fuck is this? No fucking way. My fingers, they're... Fuck no, there's so much blood. I need to throw up. What the...
Pierce, keep it together now. We need you to stay calm right now.
Stay calm? I'm missing half my fucking hand, you bitch!
Pierce!
I didn't even want to go. I just wanted to stay home. And now...
We know. This is hard for us as well. Let's just be glad we're all alive. Right now, we could have been making the headlines.
What do I do about this now? How did this happen?
That bandage will last you the rest of the day. Ask Derek to change it at night. I'm sorry, but we can't give you the 5-star medical experience, considering where we are.
Huh? Where we are?
You were the last to wake up. We found you with your arm crushed under a broken heat generator and brought you here.
What do you...
It's better to just come and see Pierce. Come on.
Look who decided to join us.
Holy shit, I was so worried, Pierce. I'm glad you're fine.
She's right. We were scared shitless. Can't have a spacecraft with no captain. Derek practically pissed himself.
The man's tougher than titanium. Give him some credit.
So, what exactly happened? Last thing I remember is this fucking tin can losing navigation control and becoming turbulent.
You should be glad that's all you remember. I'm sorry. I was the first one to wake up, and I just remember feeling cold, and then I looked around and I thought everyone was gone. You were all lying there, and I just wanted to go home. This was never supposed to happen.
Shh, it's fine, Leah. We've all had quite a shock. It'll be all right.
Will it? Does anyone even know where we are? Have we contacted HQ yet?
No, nothing yet. I've been trying for a long time. Comms are totally shut down. Shitty thing won't even fire up to play those god-awful beeps and rings.
As for where we are, it's just about anyone's guess. Just white as far as the eye can see. Good thing that life support and the heating still work. Else, we'd be fucked.
I'll head outside and check if there's anything wrong with the Exceltra. If we can get in touch with HQ, all of this will be fine, and we can get Pierce to a proper hospital.
I'll come with you.
It's fine. I'll be back in a few. I just need to take a quick look around before this anxiety eats me up completely. It's cold. Real good these 3 layers are doing me. It's always the same shit with these fools. I need to get out of here. The sooner, the better. Richardson is a dick for still putting me on this mission after I explicitly told him not to. Fuck it. It'll be fine. Seth boy, just breathe. That's it. Breathe in. Breathe out. Now, let's just get this fucking over with. I'd die before depending on these people. Oh, okay. Let's just hope this is just a faulty mechanical problem and we avoided any actual damage. Oh man, it's so cold. I just want to sleep in my own bed again. I miss Rachel. I hope she's doing fine. She'd be so worried. Probably didn't sleep a night or 2 waiting for me. I just can't help but love that crazy side of her. Here we go. Finally. Glad to see the ladder is still intact. There was no damage to the spacecraft as far as I could tell. Maybe it's an issue of, what the fuck is that? Holy shit! Oh fuck! This changes everything! Holy shit! What the oh.
Well, what do we have over here? Let's get you inside.
Well, he sure took his time, didn't he?
Hey, open the hatch, quick, hurry!
Impatient bastard.
Wait until you see this.
That...
Yeah.
What is it? Bullshit. No way. How did that get here?
It was on the hull, glued on with some sort of that silver viscous fluid we found on Mars. Had a tough time taking it off.
It looks like an egg?
I heard it make sounds. Whatever might be inside it, it sounds alive.
How could it? Wait, Annie, go grab the thermal scanner and the RME.
Here.
Remarkable. We succeeded. Holy shit, we succeeded. It's the same.
The mission was not a failure. Wait until Rich hears about this. Pierce!
All right there, big guy?
What is that doing here? No, it's wrong. Everything about this is fucked. We're fucked. None of us will make it out of here alive. Shit. God, I feel like throwing up.
Jesus, dude. Are you good?
Get that thing out of here. It's fucking evil.
Calm down, man. What do you mean it's evil? We hit the lottery with this. We're going to be fucking rock stars once we get back.
There is no going back. This thing will be the death of us. Get it away from here.
What are you talking about?
I've seen that thing before.
Pierce, you do understand that's impossible, right? We might be the first people to ever find life on another planet. Those signals were actually something, and not just a radio scatter from thermofluctuation. This is life-changing.
No. You don't understand. That thing, I've seen it in my dreams. Nothing good will come of this. We need to get rid of it. Now! It can hear everything. Kill it. We have to kill it.
Pierce, why don't you just shut the fuck up?
Seth,
No. Can we just drop this act, Leah? This man's gone fucking crazy. He's been too drugged up on painkillers for the past few years to be in his right mind.
Seth, if you don't shut up right now, I just might punch you in the face. That's your captain. His leniency toward you is no excuse to be fucking disrespectful. You could lose your rank and promotion status for that. Apologize. Now.
I'm sorry, Captain.
Get that thing away from me. Throw it outside. We need to... Please.
Captain, with all due respect, we're all pretty shaken up from the crash, and it's nothing short of a miracle we all made it out alive and in one piece. This discovery is huge, and could potentially change all future space travel and interactions with alien life forms.
No!
Stop! No!
Let me go! This thing needs to die! What? No.
You shithead? What's wrong with you?
No. I'll see it again. In my dreams. In my... That thing. It shouldn't have survived. It shouldn't live. Oh no. It's getting close to me. Stay back. Stay the fuck back. I don't want to die in this shit. Somebody help. Oh, God. Don't look at it. Don't look at it. Don't look at it. Don't look at your arm. Don't look at it. That must be the rest of the crew. I shudder to think what new development has happened to this fucking mission, but no matter. I am the captain. I have to be in control.
Pierce!
Well, look who's up. Had a nice fucking nap, sunshine?
Shut the fuck up, Seth.
Feeling any better, Captain?
What happened now?
This thing. It spoke.
It what?
You heard the Lady Sunshine. It fucking spoke. Said some weird shit and has been quiet ever since, the little fucker.
Oh, God, what did it say?
It said something about protection. I think it was asking us to watch over it.
Yeah, so we've decided to come up with a plan. We're taking shifts. One of us will be watching this thing at all times, and we'll alternate every 4 hours.
Yeah, I think constant surveillance would be very beneficial here, especially since none of us know what this thing is up to.
Are any of you hearing yourselves? Do you really think it's a safe idea to watch over this thing?
Listen, Captain, I get your worry about our safe.
I keep telling you this thing will kill us all. Do you not understand me?
And there we go, the captain is going fucking crazy as usual. Hey!
Shut up!
Bitch.
However, before we do anything, Captain, we need you to stay calm here.
Sure. What then? Let us just get killed off one by one? Sure. That sounds like a great idea, Derek.
Captain, listen.
Just call me when my shift starts. I'm going to my quarters. Before that, however, we need to decide on a signal in case we have an emergency. What do you all suggest?
We could just have Andy scream for help. That'd be fucking loud enough.
What the fuck are you on about?
I'm right though, aren't I?
Seth, if you don't shut up, I don't know about this thing, but I sure as hell will kill you first.
Whoa, calm down, sweetheart.
Stop it, both of you. In case whoever is on the main deck sees anything suspicious. Use this.
Well, looky here, our captain's fucking packing some heat. Now that's more like it. A revolver on a fucking space mission. Classic.
As much as I hate to let this go, I trust all of you enough, barely enough, to expect that none of you will end up with a bullet in your forehead by the time I wake up. Whose shift is it right now?
I'll start.
You'd better not do anything stupid, Seth.
Might want to watch your back, Captain.
You better think twice before you make a joke like that again, Seth. Remember, I can take this gun from your hand and paint these holes with your brain in the amount of time it takes for your tongue to just about begin shooting out another one of your fucked up jokes.
Oh, that sounds super fun. You want to give me a demonstration, Derek?
God forbid if anyone dies on the ship. But if it has to happen, I hope you'll be the one to go first.
I'm going back to my quarters now. Remember to keep a note on the main deck to show whose shift it is next.
How long are we going to be stuck here? We don't have any idea when help will arrive, and all the communications are offline.
I have no idea, Annie. It might even take days before someone catches up.
Let's hope whoever finds us makes it to us within 10 days. That's about the amount of time the backup generators will last. After that, only God knows what'll happen to the ship.
Don't forget the food and water. We'll have to worry about that too. We'll have to make sure we don't starve to death.
I like how all of us have forgotten about the giant fucking egg in the middle of the main deck.
Yeah, none of us want to think about that right now. We're going to our quarters. You know what to do in case of an emergency.
Yeah, sure. Well, look at you. Our ticket to the good life. Let's hope you were actually worth all this trouble. Our little golden goose. Shit. Fuck. Here I thought being on this mission would somehow lead us to the big leagues. The only place I see myself going from here is a man-sized ditch into the grounds. I don't want to die. Not so soon. Rachel, help me.
There you are, Seth.
Rachel? What is she doing here? Why in the world is she here? But, God, it's Rachel. I'm so glad. I'm so fucking glad to see her again.
Honey, what happened? You look like you're about to burst into tears.
Oh, Rachel, you have no idea how much I've missed you. I thought I wouldn't be seeing you again.
Oh, honey, it's going to be fine. I'm here for you. Nothing is wrong. Nothing was wrong. Nothing will ever be wrong. It's okay. You're safe now. Do you remember that bookstore we visited together? It was soon after we started dating. Weren't those the days? Just the two of us, going around and seeing new places, meeting new people. I still remember how you picked that one book and kept going on and on about how you loved it. What was it called? Yes. Wasn't it named after a song by the Beatles? I think it was a Japanese author. I still remember, clear as day, how passionate you were when you talked about how much you got invested in its world and characters. I think it was around the time I started to see you as a special person in my life that you would eventually become. And honestly, honey, I wouldn't trade that time for the world.
But, Rachel.
Yes, my love?
Rachel, we never went to a bookstore. Hell, I don't even read books at all.
Oh?
Rachel, what are you talking about? Are you even Rachel at all?
But me, said, hello.
Rachel? What the fuck is happening?
Flash.
What? Rachel? Rachel!
Hello?
Rachel?
How do you know my name? Do I know you?
Fuck. Rachel, it's me.
I do not comprehend. 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 I do not comprehend.
Rachel? What? What the fuck is happening? Rachel? Rachel? Oh my god! Oh my fucking... Get me out of here!
Hello? Seth?
Oh my god.
Seth!
Not again.
Seth, it's me! Rachel!
Rachel, is it really you?
Yes, Seth, it's me.
Oh, thank God. Thank fucking God. I thought I would.
Shh, it's okay, honey. Just lie down in my lap, okay? I promise it will be all fine. Trust me.
No! Fuck! No, it's you. It's you. Rot in hell. What would they know about tears in the rain? I want you to always remember me. Will you remember that I existed and that I stood next to you here, like this? Goodbye, Rachel. I hope you don't end up where I'm going. It's a beautiful place for rotten souls like me. The tormented tales about us. And when everything else is lost, the whisper comes to us at night and tells us tales of the abyss. It then embraces us till our flesh boils in its merciful limbs, and we fade away to relive the same cursed day over and over and over. Fear it. Love it. Goodbye.
Leia, what happened?
There's so much blood, Derek. Look at the blood.
Hey, it's fine. Come here. What happened?
I just got here after hearing the gunshot. The door was open and Seth was gone.
Shh. Leia, my dear, let's calm down, okay? Take a deep breath. Let's deal with this. Does anyone have any idea where Seth is? His shift hasn't ended yet.
Guys, check this out. The egg. It looks... it's cracked. The egg has cracks on it.
Jesus, fuck, that's scary. You don't think that Pierce was...
Come on, Annie. That's impossible. He's shaken up from the crash. I'm guessing a part of him feels like all of this is his fault. As the captain, he must feel guilty about all of this. Probably needs some rest to get in the right headspace.
Still, something doesn't feel right.
Where's Pierce? I thought we all came down here.
He's probably still resting. Won't he wake up to something special? I have to change his bandages too. The man is a corner away from an infection.
He needs to rest. But what do we do about the egg? And Seth?
We can start by closing the hatch. It's fucking freezing in here.
Seth could be outside.
And what do you want me to do about that, Leia? I'm just as fucking confused as all of us. So let's just take a fucking minute to collect ourselves. I'm sorry. This is a lot to take in. I'm sorry, Leia. We don't have any equipment, and we can't waste our flashlights in case HQ doesn't... All we have are coats and a week's worth of food. I'm sorry, but I don't think we can go after Seth like this. I pray to God he's fine and he finds his way back, but...
For all we know, he could be seconds away from death. We should...
You're right. It's too risky, especially at night.
What I don't understand is the blood. There's no trail, no footprints, just blood. The sickening blotches of crimson are already beginning to dry. It feels wrong.
Truth be told, I'm holding myself together, but that's been fucking terrifying me for a while as well. Did anyone notice how that goddamn egg is still clean? It's surrounded by blood, but not a single drop on it?
The rocks on Mars were like that too. The viscous silver stuff would slide right off.
Maybe they're resistant to liquid adhesion.
Those were rocks. There's something alive inside of this. That's the first time I've ever heard a positive signal on the RME. That frequency only matches Mars's. The heat signatures check out too. We need to get this egg to HQ.
Who's on the next shift?
Derek, what about Seth? He's out there somewhere alone. He's probably terrified. Did you hear the screaming? People don't fucking vanish like that.
I know that. We simply can't afford to do it. I can't have 3 of us going out after someone left the ship in rags and unarmed. Someone who might be dead.
You're a fucking monster. I'm going after him.
Annie.
He's part of our crew. We don't do that to people. This place might be getting to your head, but I'm not going to sit here while someone fucking freezes to death.
Is nobody going after her?
Fuck! Why can't she fucking listen?
What the fuck?
Children of the wasteland, stays in the universe, fear the knowledge of those who reside above you in purer lands. Earn the Great One's pity and live unfulfilling lives until we come to embrace you. Blessed be your eyes, having laid upon beings above your comprehension. Blessed be those of you melting in the land of blaze we have prepared for you.
Steven, Leia, you alright?
The egg. There's another crack.
We need to get rid of that thing.
No! You saw what it did. We can't dispose of this.
Where are we?
We'll figure it out. Eventually. Yeah. We will. We will figure it out.
The hatch is open.
How?
Fuck! No! Fuck no! Why would you? No!
Annie? What the fuck? What happened? Are you alright? Holy shit, you're freezing. Come, you need some heat.
His eyes are fucking gone.
Whose eyes, Annie? What did you see?
Oh, it's him. Don't open it. For the love of God, no, don't open it. No, don't fucking open it.
Who's there?
The brightness of the stars is a reminder of death.
The beauty of entire galaxies, a catastrophes happening on a quieter scale. Tiny fragments of destruction that insignificant specks like us find joy in. Oh, we're a fucked up species. Moribund since birth. Did you know that your tears disappear in the rain? Forgotten, carried away, never yours the second they leave your eyes. That's life for us. The scum of the universe is as fleeting as that. Even within our rotten race, there are ones more rotten than others. Particles of revolt in the ever-changing state of life. They should be cleansed first.
Pierce? We thought you were in your quarters. What happened?
Jesus, holy fuck!
You're covered in blood. What the fuck? Oh, this is seriously fucked up, Pierce. Calm down. Put the fucking gun down. Please.
Seth is gone.
What just happened? Did he just try to kill us?
I think he's lost his sense of direction, along with those fingers of his.
The captain wouldn't do that. Not to us.
Yeah, I think he just did.
No, I don't think that was Pierce. He's been weirdly affected by the egg ever since he had laid his eyes on it. I think he knows something we don't.
He's not the only one. This egg has affected us all. First, it got to Seth, and now God knows what it has done to Pierce. And now look at us, fighting among ourselves.
I agree, Annie. But what stumps me is how the fuck Pierce got out of his locked room. And this, was he really Pierce when he said all that god-awful things in that creepy-ass voice?
I think we should move Pierce back into his room. Who knows what he'll be like when he wakes up?
Might I put that it may not be suitable to leave Pierce alone like this? I think we need to keep watch on him.
I'll do it.
I don't think that is advisable.
Did you have something else in mind?
How about this? We keep our eyes on both the egg and Pierce, but we do it in groups.
And how do you suggest we rest?
I think staying alive between these two is more important than being well rested right now.
Fuck. Okay. We'll keep watching groups then.
Okay, how about Derek and I watch the egg while you and Steven take Pierce up to his quarters? Sounds good?
Sure. What do you say, Steven? You up for it?
I gotta say, when we left for this mission, I did not think for 1 second that we would be looking after Pierce, and not the other way around. But what do I know? Grab him from the other side, Leia. Let's get him up in bed. God knows when he'll come around.
It'll be sooner rather than later when we get him out of the same room as that thing.
I guess it's us two against that thing for now.
As long as we stick together, we'll be just fine, Annie.
Do you want to know what this reminds me of?
It reminds me of how Captain once told me about his dreams. No, not dreams, but nightmares. He said he got them once every few nights. He told me he often woke up sweating after one of these nightmares. He said...
Whoa! Shit, did you see that?
Yes. Did the egg just move on its own? Do you know what this means?
Yeah, it means whatever's inside is ready to come out.
Maybe then we'll have our answers. What happened to Seth, to Pearson, and how to get out of here.
Annie, it's not a magic lamp. It's an egg. Whatever's inside is probably going to murder us all once it gets out.
You are unbelievable.
Hey, I'm sorry if I upset you. I was just trying to make you feel better about the situation. I hate seeing you like this, Annie. Ever since we lost Seth, it's like I've lost you as well. What I said to you that night, in your bedroom, it still stands true, Annie.
I'm tired, Derek. Mind if I take a break and rest on the couch for some time?
Sure. But you know, we have to talk about it sometime, Annie. You know how much you mean to me, right?
I know, Derek. I know, and you are important to me too. But that does not mean I would abandon this opportunity just because you think it isn't safe for me?
It's not safe for anybody, Annie.
Then why are you going?
That's different.
Really, Derek? You think I won't be going fucking crazy over what might happen to you if I stay behind? You are the only person in my life whom I care about right now, Derek. And you want me to, what, stay behind and let you go alone on this crazy mission to investigate some random signals received from Mars? We are in this together, Derek. I'm not letting you go alone.
Do you really care about me so much, Annie? You're not going because it's a great opportunity? Rather, you're going because you can't stand me going alone there?
I told you, I love you, Derek.
Annie, I don't want to spend any more time apart from you. I love you. I don't have a ring on me right now or anything, but... Annie, will you marry me?
Took you long enough. I'm sorry for how I've been acting, Derek. I was so scared after we crashed. I thought I had lost you. And then this egg came. You were so caught up in all of this drama that, I don't know, I thought you asking me to marry you was just a spur-of-the-moment decision due to all the pressure we were under at the time.
Foolish mortal, how pathetic you people are.
What? Derek, what?
You imbeciles live a life of purgatory. You accept what comes your way. You are content with that.
What have you done to Derek?
You foolish beings are always complaining. You're living on a planet where you have water and air in abundance. Yet, you're always whining on and on about petty little things, always trying to satiate your greed with more and more of what you already possess.
Derek? What has gotten into you? Please, stop it. You're scaring me.
Silly girl, don't you see? Don't you realize? Derek's gone. I have taken over him. Oh, how weak he was, crying over lost love. Love. Such a flimsy concept. There is no such thing as love. It was almost too easy to take over him. His defenses weakened. His senses rendered useless. Oh, how easy. Almost too easy. And now, it's your turn.
Derek, you're okay. You're okay. Oh my god. I had a horrible nightmare. Oh, Derek.
Hey, it's okay. I'm here. I'm right here. You're safe. We're safe. Hey, do you want to talk about it?
Oh God, I'm just glad you're okay. We're okay. I'm so sorry for how I've been acting. I was just so freaked out about this whole egg situation. I don't know. I don't want to lose you. I never want to lose you, Derek.
I'm right here, Annie. You won't lose me. I'm not going anywhere. It's going to take more than just a fucking alien egg to keep us apart. Oh, fuck. It's like it hurt me.
Do you think we should take a closer look?
No. I think it's the reason behind your nightmare. Maybe we should keep a distance from it. Let's not take any chances here. Whatever's inside it, it's evil. Don't you feel it? I think you're right, Annie. I think our questions might get answered after this thing comes out.
Do you think we'll ever make it out of here alive, Derek?
Don't lose hope. We'll get out of here. We'll live the life we talked about before getting on the Exceltra. And as soon as we land back at the facility, I'm making you mine forever. I don't want to spend another minute without you, Annie.
You won't, Derek.
Hey, do you think this thing will crack open before Rich sends some help? Or do you think Rich will witness its grand opening? Whatever it is, I hope he can handle it. The strange vibes of this egg, I swear.
Do you think we should trade places with Leah and Steven now? Maybe they should keep an eye on this thing while we spend some time away from it in Pierce's bedroom.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I wouldn't mind spending some time away from this room.
Let's head upstairs and see how those guys are doing. I think the egg will be fine on its own for a few minutes.
It better be.
Back! You better put that revolver away, Pierce, before I claw it out of your dead hands.
Relax, Leah. I was just telling Steven how to hold it properly. See?
What the hell is going on here? And why is Steven on the floor?
Pierce was just showing me how to protect myself with a gun when I rolled off the bed and fell to the floor.
Guys! Oh, you scared us. We thought Pierce had gotten possessed again and is ready to kill this time. Anyway.
Guys, I think something's happening with that egg.
What the fuck?
What is that? It's
beautiful.
Beautiful? Have you completely lost it?
Well, don't you see? That thing is beautiful. Are you blind?
Pierce, no. What are you seeing?
I see sunshine. It's bright, like the sunshine. It's what I saw in my dreams. I thought miracles like this only existed in the land of dreams.
What are you on about? Oh God, it's coming towards us.
Don't make a sound.
No! you see? This was our problem all along. We were too blind to see past the thinnest of veils.
Piers? Move away from that thing. Please.
No, Stephen. It seems as if you are not ready yet. My friend, I only wish for the time when you experience the state of euphoria I'm in now. My dreams, I want you to answer me, Stephen.
Piers?
How does it feel? Being strangled by the noose of your own conscience. Can you live with yourself, knowing what you did?
Stephen.
What? What the fuck are you talking about, Piers? Snap out of it.
You know exactly what I'm talking about, don't you? Scared, huh? Didn't you enjoy it? It's a wonder how you still managed to sleep through the night. What happened to that boy? Oh, simply marvelous.
I don't... No, I don't know what.
Then let me show you!
Stephen!
There was always something inside of me that stopped me from being normal. Now, I've tried blaming my parents, my childhood, and everyone else. But, to be honest, I think the simple truth is that I am a shitty excuse of a human. I've always been bad. There are no underlying philosophies or motives for how I am. I simply exist for the purpose of soiling this earth in the minds of the people that walk through it. Everything in this transient, ephemeral shithole serves some purpose. Mine happens to be being bad. At least, I thought it was. You don't want to do this.
I love you. I always have.
You don't. You think you do. But you leave like everyone else. I won't blame you. It's just that I do not have the capacity to live through some hurt again. It's better if you leave.
Everything will be fine. You know you have to let some people in eventually, don't you? People need other people, and it's fine to not always be strong.
It's not. Look, I like you, but this just proves you'll never understand me. I'm not normal. This isn't who I am. You don't love me. You love a version of me that I created to make it easier.
That doesn't sound good. It's fine. Everything is fine. You've lived like this long enough.
I love you too.
I'm glad. No, Steven, stop, please, no!
Love is a wonderful thing. I always believed it was something special, even when I felt like I didn't deserve it. It feels too special a thing to be lied about. Then, I got to experience it. Their eyes, my hands against their cheek, my lips against theirs, and the juvenile feeling of everything being just fine. Love is a delusion we pay for with our sanity. We reciprocate the absurdities, and we cry through nights, hoping it gets easier. We tear the skins off our faces, and we bite the nails off our fingers. We weep over our losses, and we never really get any lasting joy. Yet, in the blink of an eye, I'd love to experience this all over again. I love you. I'll always remember that. Where am I? No! Wake up. Please wake up. Don't leave me. No, please don't. Someone, please. Please.
Do you see now? Did you see? Is the other side not magnificent? You know what to do.
Shut the fuck up, man. This is seriously messed up. He just puked like a liter of blood.
Shut up!
Look, Stephen!
Why does the snow get to vaporize and leave no evidence of its existence? Why does the sun get to leave after it's done scorching us for the day. Why do we never hold anything accountable for the bullshit we lived through? Yet we humans always have a trail of sin awaiting us. Indeed, like a brick wall that can invalidate years of good if one is unfortunate enough to remember. That, my comrades, is the true human torment. We cannot forget.
Stephen, what?
Stop. Look at the eyes.
Black.
I see it now. There is no meaning to this existence past the simple fact that we are slaves to ourselves. We are wildfires trapped inside glass prisons, and we are the footprints in the mud. Our existence does not exceed past the eternal heaviness we endure from our conscience. Day in and day out, we suffer. That's right. All we humans know is suffering. We bring each other endless amounts of pain, and more significantly, we hate our own existence so much that a part of us never stops hurting. We do not let ourselves live past whatever fucked up thing we did. And that is never going to change. We don't deserve that change. Because in the end, we are scum, and we will always be scum. That is the reality of our existence. We live in limitless privation and yearn for concepts like love and warmth. But we're just fossils. We are excavations to be discovered. We are annoyances waiting to be silenced. That's all we will ever be. But somehow, we fucked up. We failed to see the truth and made ourselves more important than we'll ever be. And now slowly, that realization will kill us all. There is no love. There is no right way out. And there is certainly no peace for creatures as doomed as us.
Stephen.
The only tranquility that exists in the world lies within submission. Only when one is truly ready to give themselves up does happiness and comforting silence has a chance to creep in. Bloodshed and lust are all us foul creatures are incarcerated to, and there is no redemption from that. We have soiled this earth long enough. I always blamed myself for being what I was, but I know now. I can see the truth. This is what my life was meant to be from the start. But now, I have a chance to make it all right.
I can see it in your eyes. You've seen the other side. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
What?
May you live long enough to realize the foolishness of your delay. If not, may you die pained deaths, oblivious to the truth. Release. At last.
Isn't it wonderful? Knowing you can just accept the truth and move on from the shackles of this undeserving world. Be one of the truly great ones. Wallowing in this pile of shit is your own choice, you know.
Enough! Pierce, listen to me. This is getting out of hand. 2 of our crew members are fucking dead. Don't you get that? Put the fucking gun down. Whatever that thing is, it's clearly fucking with our heads. Please, stop!
Oh, but that's where you're wrong, sweet Derek. They are not fucking dead. They simply transcended. And you can too. Just open your hearts and embrace the truth, and everything will stop. All the pain will leave you. What's the one thing you desire most? Ah, the sweet taste of love. A mere delusion, but so wonderfully intoxicating nonetheless. There is actual love, you know. But we can't understand it as we currently are. No, we don't deserve that yet, for we are trash, polluting lands fit for beings higher than us. Let that sink in. I ask you again, oh foolish Derek, won't you open your eyes to the truth? Let me help you. Take my hand. Take it. Come on now. This is all you want. Trust me.
Fuck you!
None of you will leave this place. You either die or you live long enough to see the truth. All of you fuckers will starve! Oh, yes. Thank you, Master, for considering me worthy. I feel complete.
Did that thing just attach to his face like a mask?
Scared, Derek.
Why are you doing this?
All in good time, my sweet. For now, you sleep.
What the hell?
It's close, Master. Very close.
Pierce! Where did he go? Wait, what? Annie? Annie, wake up! Annie! Come on! Oh my god, are they dead? They both have a pulse. Must be unconscious. What the hell happened? How long has it been? And how did we end up here? Was it Pierce that dragged us to the shuttle bay? I have to close the hatch before we all freeze to death. He must have jammed the external hatch somehow. I don't know how to fix it. Maybe... Derek, wake up, bud! You're the fucking mechanic on this garbage can. Come on, please! Derek! No use. Both are out cold. Jam this one too. Shit. I don't want to die here. Like, Stephen. Oh God. Stephen, what did you do? I don't understand. HQ said this was going to be a tough mission, but I can't believe Rich would send us here if he had known that we would be up against that thing. That horrible thing. Or maybe he would have. Who's to say with those corporate types? I wish I knew where Pierce and that thing went. I can almost remember it attaching itself to his head. Unless I was dreaming. Couldn't have possibly been real. What a crazy thing to happen. Mad. Maddening. None of it makes sense. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Like we never really left Mars. And all of this is some kind of weird hallucination and my brain got broken somehow. Maybe they'll just freeze to death in their sleep. And I'll watch them go as I slowly end up a popsicle myself. What a fucking way to go. Better than... Oh God, it did happen. That thing. Is there even a piece of Pierce left behind its disgusting body? Maybe it's better that we have no way of getting into contact with anyone to get rescued. Better that they didn't pick up on our last signal. Maybe we should all die here. And pray that we take that thing with us. No! No, please, no! 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 No!
I never thought I'd want to get married before I met you.
Bet you never thought of a lot of things before meeting me. He could have been on a Jupiter mission now. That could have been fun.
Yeah, sure. Stuck in orbit, in a wreck just slightly better equipped than the Exceltras. Just my idea of fun.
I always knew you wanted adventure. What's better than exploring a potential signal from an intelligent species on Mars?
If they're intelligent. If there's even anything there. Besides, I already told you I wanted to be with you.
I wasn't born yesterday, Annie. As much as I know you love me, I know I'm not the only reason you said yes to the mission. No, don't pretend to be shocked. I know you too well. That's also why I love you. You're just like me, Annie.
I hope not. One of us has to be the rational one. You think Pierce will get us there and back again safe? I don't know him as you do, but I've heard things.
He's a wild card for sure, but he's a good captain when he's sober.
Is he? Sober, that is?
I'll make sure of that as best as I can. The rest will just have to follow.
It's not just that.
Those are just rumors, Annie. Don't believe everything you hear.
I don't. And don't patronize me. There are official reports about his behavior on the last mission he captained.
I'm gonna assume that you didn't hack into HQ's main database and read them, because as an employee, I'd have to report you. The last mission was a failure. Yep. However, it was a mechanical problem with the ship.
That's not what I heard. Pierce was the one with the problem.
Listen, Annie. Whatever happened, happened. Pierce hasn't told me anything about it, and he doesn't want to talk about it. Whenever I've worked with him, there hasn't been a single hitch. I told you, I can keep him in check.
Hope you're right. But let's change the subject. I don't want to spend our last night alone together on a fight. Just let me know when I should be worried when we step on the Exceltra, okay?
Alrighty.
Let's plan what we'll do with the money when we get back.
A small house in the farming district, 3 kids, if we get permission from the government.
From the government? You need to have permission from me first. I don't even know if I want to have 1 kid, let alone 3. I'm still going for tenure when we get back.
Haven't had enough of the academic life already?
Fuck no. Especially if we do find something. That'll be a leg up in my department for sure. Dozens of papers, more research.
And you can't do that from home?
Home. A small house, eh?
We can also get a dog.
I always wanted a dog. I thought they were forbidden to keep as pets.
Don't worry. I know a guy that can get us permission. Or we'll just tell the authorities that we'll breed them for food.
Maybe we should. With 3 kids. I'm still worried.
About what? Pierce?
And the mission. I hate that Richardson hasn't shared all the info with us on the signals.
Annie, oh my god. If they catch you messing inside the database, you can kiss your career goodbye. You know that the university exists only because of their money.
I know. Plus, all of those files were redacted anyways. What?
Okay. Stop talking before you tell me anything more that might get us both into trouble. Let's talk about those future kids of ours.
Kid. Singular. And if...
Maybe we can call him Pierce, after you see what a good captain he can be.
Stop it.
Annie?
I'm here, Derek.
I thought I heard you screaming. Maybe it was just a dream.
No, I heard a scream too.
Leia? Leia! Leia, are you there?
It's Leah. It has to be her.
What the fuck is she doing outside?
We should go help. And don't tell me no this time. Don't argue with me.
Annie, I don't know about you, but I can barely feel my hands and feet. God knows how long we were here with the hatch open. Unlike you, my dear, I'm not wearing a coat.
Yeah, you're right. You stay here, sweetheart. And I'll go save Leah because I have a coat on, okay?
Don't do that. I didn't say we shouldn't. Stop. You can't go alone. Have you lost your mind?
Then come with me, now.
I'll freeze, Annie. I just need to get a coat. If I find one left. I think Seth might have taken the last one.
Maybe you can put on one of the suits. Oh God, why are we wasting time talking? Let's go.
I forgot about this.
So much blood. And the egg. And the egg. Derek, the egg.
Yeah, I see.
Where's Steven's body?
Wherever Seth's body is, I guess.
Derek, that's horrible. Why would you say that? You don't know everything about Seth.
Well, what else could it be? Why do you think we were on the shuttle bay when the hatch opened? Come on. Let's find me some warm clothes and go after Leia. I don't see Pierce anywhere. I think he might have gotten to her.
Shit, fucking Pierce. I told you he was bad news, didn't I? Poor Steven and Seth. Poor Leah. Oh, you promised it was gonna be okay. You fucking said.
Stop arguing with me and let's go. Besides, I don't think it's Pierce that's the actual bad news here.
What do you mean? You think it's all that thing? That's what it is. You're right. God, you're right.
Calm down. It's gonna be all right. Annie, come on. Let's get that suit and we'll figure out our next step.
No, God. Okay. No.
We're gonna have to stay calm. You need to be your most rational self, Annie. If you lose it, I'll lose it too. And we don't want that, do we? Think of our future children.
We're still not naming any of them Pierce.
I know it's coming. Soon. So soon. I'm so excited. The time of reckoning shall come soon. We'll get them all, Master. And I'll find you more. Many more, I promise. The wretched plague that is humanity shall be extinguished and will no more represent a scourge upon this universe. All shall be yours, forever, until the last black hole dies and nothing else remains, apart from you and your kin. You're right. You are great and divine. We are low and insignificant creatures, Master. Our desires and straying wills have corrupted us. You are grand for allowing us to transcend into a higher form of being, even though we are unworthy of your attention. Surely they must be happy, released from all that pain, all that suffering. I know how much Seth and Steven suffered. They are now at peace, and will be more useful than they had ever been.
Pierce! Where did he go?
They're awake! How fortunate! They'll be able to see what happens next. What a marvelous spectacle to witness. I was so sad when I thought they would have to be taken in their unconscious state. It's so much more visceral when you do it yourself. Let's see what they're up to in there. They must be wondering what's going on. I'd be happy to enlighten them, Master. Derek and Annie are still out cold. That must have been Leah talking. I guess she's the only one awake. But where is she hiding? That little mouse. Not to worry, Master. She can't hide. She'll run, I'm sure. But she can't hide. We're close. So close. There's our mouse!
No, no, please, no!
No! Please, no! No!
No! No! No!
Good thing one of the suits is intact.
It's gonna be hard to walk in this. Will you put on the boots too?
I don't know. What do you think happened with the suits, though?
Pierce probably happened to them. Your captain, your pride and joy.
Still on that, are we?
I hope we'll survive this shitstorm just so I can eternally bring it up. There. Can we finally go to look for Leah? Or her corpse?
Ye of little faith.
I'm just being realistic.
Well, if you've given up on Leia, maybe we should focus on saving ourselves.
I fucking knew it.
She's been outside.
No. Cut the crap. We're not going through this again, Derek. For the third fucking time. I don't want to go outside by myself once more and find her moving like a zombie through the snow with dead eyes. Blackened, dead fucking eyes. I can't do it again, Derek. It was...
Seth? Seth wasn't dead?
He wasn't alive either. To be honest, I think we're probably gonna find Leah in the same state.
Probably Steven too. We should be careful when we leave the storage facility.
I still want to look for Leah. Maybe I do have some hope left. Or I just want to make sure. God, I don't know anymore.
I think our energy is better spent on finding a way out of this frozen nightmare. The transmitter isn't broken, and I think I can find a way to divert some of the power.
God, that's why you wanted to get this suit, isn't it? This was your damn plan the entire time, wasn't it? You plan on cutting the heating in this sad excuse of a ship and contact HQ. Maybe ask for a rescue ship, right? How long do you think they will need?
Not much, I'm assuming.
What?
Breathable air, dummy. We must have crash landed on Earth.
Fuck.
Excuse me? Fuck? Do you want to get rescued?
I'm the dummy. Really? That thing isn't something that should have been brought here in the first place, Derek.
I mean, that was the mission.
The mission? I can't believe that you would think that after everything. After what happened to Seth and Steven, not to mention what happened to Pierce. It's not contained. It's a fucking hazard for anyone that comes into contact with it. Can you imagine that thing getting loose in the world? Who knows what kind of power it has? What shit it can do?
Annie, Do you have any idea how steep the payout will be on this? Maybe even steeper because of what it actually is. We can even ask for compensation for the trauma we suffered.
What? No.
What? That didn't cross your mind?
No.
Well, it crossed mine. Someone has to be pragmatic between the two of us. An academic salary wouldn't exactly get us the life of our dreams now, would it? And I'm not willing to work for rich anymore. Not after this. So, why not make the best out of a horrible situation?
You're horrible.
Sweetheart.
Listen to me, Derek. We can't even begin to think about fixing the transmitter until we find out exactly what's going on and stop that thing.
Stop it? Kill it, you mean?
No, Derek. Cuddle it into submission.
We can't kill it. I think we can kill it even if we wanted to. Best thing would be to stay the fuck away from it and let HQ handle it when they arrive. If Rich even wants to send someone after us.
They won't handle it. You said as much.
That's not our problem, Annie.
It sure fucking is our problem, Derek. It's not just that we're stuck here with it. We brought it here because our captain was stoned out of his mind to actually pay attention to the mission. And all of us just went along with it.
You wanted to come on the mission?
Fuck you, Derek.
Annie, wait. Please. Annie.
Oh God. Oh my God.
Slippery mouse, where have you gone? Piercy's coming to get you. You can't hide, little mouse. One escape was one too many. I'm not going to let you do that again.
Maybe he won't see me here.
I may not be able to see you, but I can hear you very well, little mouse.
What the fuck?
It's one of the many gifts that Master has given me. You'd be surprised how little mental range puny little mortals like us have. What little sense of reality we have with our mortal senses. Come now, Leah. Come out. Come out wherever you are. I know you're close.
I don't believe it. He can't possibly hear my thoughts.
Oh, little mouse, but I can.
Don't be scared. It'll be all over soon. You'll soon be able to see what it's like. Let me get inside your head and show you. Come on.
Get the hell away from me! Get out of my head, you psycho!
Oh, but mousy, mousy, mouse, we're only just beginning.
What do you want? Why are you doing this?
Better that I show you.
It's going critical. The alarm should start at any moment. We've got to get these people out of here, Leia.
Wait just one more second. Maybe it will stabilize.
It won't. You know it. Let's not risk all of these lives for your ego.
How dare you talk to me like that? I know what I'm doing.
That grant won't mean a thing if we all evaporate from the face of the planet. I don't want to die here. They don't want to die here. Do you?
Shut the hell up and let me do my work. We'll evacuate when and if I say we should.
I'm leaving.
Then you're fired.
I told you this would happen.
We gotta get everyone out.
Too late. The doors are closing. Contamination is imminent.
No, this isn't happening. Not again. This isn't my fault.
Oh, but it is your fault. Thinking that you can do anything, that you're beyond the laws of nature. All of these people, look at them. Fucking look at them melting away into nothing. At least, you fucking managed to save yourself.
No, I was just closest to the door. I was going to stop it from shutting, I swear.
You just had to be the smartest person in the room. Even if it was just by ordering everyone to believe that. Admit it. Admit it to yourself, Leia. Admit that you were scum.
No, I just...
The bottom of the barrel.
It wasn't my fault. I tried.
Take this gun.
No.
Take it. Good little mouse. You know what to do next.
Sweet Leia, do you understand, finally? Now you have witnessed the ever so coveted why. The ultimate dreadful nature of humanity within yourself. Don't be scared, little mouse. You have merely taken the first step, and now Master will help you take all the preceding ones. Just like he helped me, and Seth, and Stephen, and...
Stop! Look, if you want to contact HQ, fine. Do what you gotta do. But don't make me stay here with you and pretend as I agree. I told you that I need to know if Leah is still alive. I've known her for more than 10 years, Derek. We were at uni together.
I understand, but...
I was the one that begged Rich to take her on this mission after what happened in her lab. For God's sake, Derek, I'm responsible for what happens to her.
No, don't put that on yourself. It's not your fault, Annie. You couldn't have...
And about that other matter, I'm not promising that I won't try to kill that thing. Or Pierce if I see him. Especially if he's done something to Leah.
I think you should run if you see it. Run and hide. Or come get me.
So you can protect me? Or your golden goose? That's what I thought.
No. Both. I want that golden goose for us. For our future. How many times do I have to say it?
That thing needs to die. And Pierce along with it.
Don't do anything stupid, Annie. Run and come and get me if it appears. Shit. She never fucking listens to me. Never in her life. But I gotta get the transmitter up and running. I can't just go after her because she feels guilty and needs to fix what she thinks is wrong. I need to be the pragmatic one. Be reasonable. Be smart about this. God damn it, she doesn't get it. She just doesn't get it. Acts all morally superior to me like I'm some fucking monster and she's some kind of, what, angel? She's no fucking angel. Stupid Exceltress. I'll have to find the main power cable. God fucking damn it! There it is. I hope it doesn't fry me. But the way things are going, it just might. It just might. Garbage can, not garbage cannot. Huh. You may call me the galaxy's greatest mechanic, Rich. This is why you sent me on this mission. This is why you always send me on the worst fucking missions. He'd probably say that I'll be able to fix the ship if I was the greatest. And he'd probably be right. That should do it. Let's see if it worked. I know that, babe. Let's see if we can circumnavigate that glitch and get that communication console going. I don't want to have to go old school on the transmitter. Annie should have been here for this part. Shit, she'll get us both killed. And worse.
Unknown entity.
You don't say.
Proceed with caution. Caution. Continued protocols engaging. Malfunction. Error establishing protocol. Error engaging protocol.
Too little, too late. Stop establishing protocol. Divert all auxiliary power solely to the communication console.
Error. Unable to divert auxiliary power. Power diverted. Establishing communication with HQ.
Richardson.
Location unknown. Error establishing communication with HQ. Richardson. Unable to establish.
Try again.
Establishing communication with HQ. Richardson. Establishing.
Thank God. I really didn't think this would work. Finally, a moment to think. What the hell was Pierce thinking not ordering this first thing? What was I thinking not to suggest it? It's like my brain had been short-circuited. Like the Exaltra AI. Error processing thoughts.
Establishing communication.
Honestly though, now that I'm thinking about it, has that thing been influencing us the entire time? Since we heard the signal up close? How long has been Pierce linked to that thing? Fuck! Annie was right. She was right. We should fucking kill it. Smash it to bits. Take it apart. Burn it. What the fuck? Annie? Annie, sweetheart!
Communication established. HQ Richardson. Waiting for confirmation. Waiting for confirmation. Confirmed. HQ Richardson.
Annie? 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 What?
I didn't do it, Derek. It wasn't me. It wasn't me!
Annie, sweetheart, put the gun down. Come on now. Give me the gun. It'll be okay. Come on. That's my girl. That's it. I'll just keep the revolver with me, okay?
Is she dead? Derek, is she dead?
Annie, I think...
Please, check. Go see. I can't. Check.
Stop it. Calm down. No. Don't sit in the snow, Annie.
Leah!
Okay. Please stop. I'll go and check. Leia? Oh, God. Leia.
What is it? Is she dead? Derek!
Very dead. Yeah, she's dead. Sweetheart, you have to calm down. You have to tell me what happened. Did Leah come after you? Try to hurt you? Where did you find Pierce's revolver?
Pierce. Pierce.
Yes. Where?
Pierce! He was here. Yes, I think. And I was also here. And Leah, she stood over there. Oh God, she looked at me. Oh God, no. Oh no.
I know, sweetheart. I saw what happened to her eyes. Was she still standing at that point? Were you holding the gun? Pierce have it?
I was?
Did
Pierce? Leah? Oh God, is she dead?
Yeah, I already told you that, Annie. What the fuck? What kind of hell is this? Annie, sweetheart, you gotta get up. Come on, you'll freeze. We have to go inside.
No, we have to check on Leah again.
She's dead. We're not. We have to go inside.
Dead? I don't know. Derek, I don't know if she's dead.
God, Annie! She's more than fucking dead! She's a prop for fucking horror movie. Come on, get the fuck up, let's...
Derek.
What?
I don't think she's dead. I saw her. She wasn't dead. In my mind, I saw her. I think that's what it was. I saw other things. And Pierce. I think he was there too. Steven and Seth.
What the hell are you talking about, Annie? And whatever trauma you suffered, but we have to go. Come on, get up, please. We need to get ourselves inside the ship.
I'm just saying, I don't think Leah's dead. Okay, Derek, let's go inside. Let's go anywhere you want. I don't think it'll make any difference whatsoever.
What?
Let's get inside.
Annie? What did you mean by that?
Get inside the ship. Where the egg was. Where Steven died. Where it's warm. But didn't you cut the power to the heating, Derek? Will not make any difference.
Communication established. HQ, Richardson. Approximate location transmitted. Exceltra 539. SOS. Message received by Exceltra HQ. Exceltra HQ. Reply received at 0900 hours. Confirmed. Playback of reply engaging. HQ, Richardson. Message playback engaged.
Exceltra 539, we have received your signal. Repeat. Exceltra 539, your signal was received. Dead. Yeah. Mission failure. Exceltra 539, your signal was received by Exceltra headquarters. This is Richardson. Your location has not yet been confirmed. have insufficient information to proceed. Triangulation was inconclusive, showing Exceltra 539 is earthbound. Without further confirmation on the location or the status of the crew, a rescue team cannot be sent to your aid. Protocol suggests setting up the transmitter as a beacon at a higher altitude as a first step if communication cannot be established two-way. The onboard AI SOS message is not sufficient proof for rescue. Without further information, we are not allowed to proceed. Pierce, has the Exceltra really crash landed on Earth? You have to give me more to work with here, buddy. Signal has you somewhere in Antarctica. That's an expensive trip. Too many permissions. You know I won't be able to convince the company to spend more money on a rescue without confirmation that you found what we were looking for on Mars. I'm telling you this as a friend, Pierce. Find a way to send a message back with details on the potential cargo. You know how this works, Pierce. You probably best of all. If there's no suggestion of something being potentially brought back, they need to know if the mission was a success. I probably shouldn't be saying bucket. Miguel has been eating at me since we lost contact. Can you imagine that, Pierce? Me, having a conscience? I sure was shocked. Additionally, we noticed a change in the signal from Mars when we lost contact with the Exceltra. We knew you were on your way back, so we didn't do much, but Pierce, the reaction in HQ, it's been wild. The company thinks that they were onto something by sending you up there. I, however, am not still convinced that the trip was worth it. Though for your sake, I hope that you were able to acquire the coveted loot. Anyway, the point is that you should not simply rely on SOS protocols. The company is awaiting a specific reply. But, the company does send its prayers and wishes that all of you are alive and in good health. Naturally. Richardson out.
Message playback concluded. Awaiting instruction.
Derek came through. He always does. I guess we should reply, shouldn't we? Perfect opportunity to take our little project to the rest of the world and release humanity from its shackles. I wouldn't want to keep this gift you've given me all to myself, Master. Seems like we already have a place to begin. Exceltra is the perfect hub.
Recording message.
Captain Pierce, hailing Exceltra HQ from Exceltra 539. The ship was severely damaged during the emergency landing. The entire crew is dead, and I am the sole survivor. The loot was acquired against all odds, holding in containment. It is safe with me, Rich. You can tell everyone back at HQ that it's even bigger than what they could have imagined in their wildest dreams. That would surely get some choppers in the air. Send help. Repeat. Send help. The loot has been acquired. Pierce out.
Message recorded. Compressing. Message ready to send to HQ Richardson.
Send message.
Message sent to HQ Richardson. Waiting for confirmation. Confirmed. Awaiting reply.
There they are. A bit sooner than expected.
Command accepted. Exceltra 539. Access restricted.
Pierce? Annie, for God's sake, please stop and talk to me.
I don't think I have anything left to say.
Do I suddenly mean so little to you?
This has nothing to do with you, or me, or anyone that was ever a part of this mission.
I'm not following.
Whatever we picked up back on Mars, unknowingly or not, is bigger than any of us could have imagined when we signed up.
Pierce?
Derek, look, the council.
HQ, Richardson. Reply received. Message firing.
Reply?
I got communication back online and sent an SOS before.
Message playback initiated out of command.
Playback message.
Command denied. Message playback cannot be initiated.
Has the message been corrupted?
Access denied.
What? Why?
Access denied.
Come on, babe. Everything was alright when I left you.
Access denied. User interface restricted.
Restricted to whom?
Captain Pierce.
We should have expected that, Derek. I'm not surprised. I knew this would end even worse than how it started. I told you that nothing would make any difference.
Stop it, Annie. Shit, this is your domain. Can't you at least fucking try to get access back?
Why?
Why?
Do you want to get rescued?
Annie, we don't know if Pierce has contacted HQ. They might be sending a team. I thought you wanted to make sure that thing doesn't make it out.
You would be willing to sacrifice yourself.
Let's not jump to any conclusions. I just think we need to warn them.
Warn them? Derek.
We can't just lead them to the slaughter. They need to come prepared to kill that thing. To protect themselves and us. To protect us.
That's not what would happen.
Annie!
Don't pretend to be naive. You worked for the company longer than I have.
I know. Rich has known me ever since I was a kid. He wouldn't. Don't do that. So what do you suggest we do, Annie? Shoot Pierce like you shot Leia?
Shot Leia? It wasn't me, Derek. I told you.
Then who fucking was it, Annie? Who was it?
You saw what Steven did. Do I need to say it?
So now you do think she's dead?
I said she got shot, not killed. I don't know what they are.
They? Okay, Annie. You're gonna need to start making sense, or start working on getting us access back.
We can't get access back. We need to focus on killing it. Like I told you even before, Leah, I'm even more convinced that we have to do that now. Convinced to the bottom of my soul that there is nothing else that matters more than that. Especially because I think that Pierce had responded before we got here.
You might be right about Pierce sending a message to HQ. I don't want to believe it, but...
There is no but. How many bullets do you have left?
Maybe one. One. Only one.
Let's hope it's enough.
Message addendum incoming. From etc. HQ, Richardson.
They're coming.
Let's kill this bastard before they get here then.
What about us?
We don't need bullets. The cold can take care of that.
What? Let's stop for a moment here, Annie. Let's reiterate. What's your actual endgame? Death?
Life.
Don't play games. I'm not sure I want to freeze to death. I'd rather go out an old man.
On your very own farm. I know. But that doesn't matter anymore, Derek.
Wow. That was fucking cruel, Annie.
I'm not being cruel. I'm stating facts. You and I don't matter anymore. The word matters.
Never knew you wanted to be a hero.
I just don't want to be the villain. And I'm sure that you don't either. You're more of a hero type than I am anyways. I'm not playing. I'm trying to convince you. I don't know about you, but I haven't exactly been feeling myself since we left Mars, and I don't know what that means. What happened to Leah, it messed me up at the moment, but I get it now. The shock of what happened opened my eyes to our situation. I can't fully explain it, but there are moments when I have trouble telling what's what. Where I end and something else begins.
Actually, I understand what you mean. But what bothers me... Before the egg cracked, I saw something. Though, when I try to remember what it was, it's like I'm trying to remember a dream. It just makes no fucking sense.
That's how I felt.
With Leia?
I guess. Maybe even before. I still don't think she's dead, though. I don't know. Is it some kind of feeling? A memory that I can't explain? It's like my mind is being scrambled. It keeps going back in time before we left for the mission, when we were at my place.
Me too. The dream or memory or whatever the hell it was just keeps taking me back to that point in time.
Well, shit. To say the unspeakable, no matter how crazy it might sound, I'd say it's that thing that latched itself to Pierce influencing me. Us. Maybe that has been happening for a while. How long has it been in our heads? What is it doing? God knows what it's doing to Pierce, if he's even in there anymore.
That's bleak, Annie.
If you think that's bleak, I'm not even going to tell you what I think it's doing with Leah, or Steven, or Seth.
Don't tell me. I'd rather not think about it anymore.
Yeah. So, let's get practical. Should we leave the canisters here? Let them leak out around the deck?
Maybe a little towards the center. Help. I need some help here. Here. Yeah, this should be good.
The question that remains, who's gonna lure Pierce to the main deck?
You're a faster runner, and I'm a better shot.
You sure that's gonna be enough to ignite the fuel?
Annie.
Okay. That settles it then.
I love you, Annie.
I love you too.
Be careful. Here we go.
I have to keep calm. Keep my mind working. If I start thinking about... Where could he be? I doubt he's gone far from the ship. Maybe... where Leah was. Or close to the debris on the port side of the ship. What was that? Could it be? Is it him? Shit! Don't lose your nerve, Annie. Keep your shit together. All of it together. Keep it together. There's no escaping now.
whatever it is, it'll be over soon.
You can say that again.
Pierce?
None other, Annie.
What? Where are you?
Well, I'm right here, Annie. Or should I say, we. We're waiting for you, sweet Annie. Come join us, Annie.
Thanks. I'm good as is. I would like to see your ugly mug though, Pierce.
Oh, are you sure about that, Annie? I don't want to make you cry again.
Show your ugly ass. Oh my god. What the fuck have you done to them?
I've given them true life, Annie. They are now part of me. Flesh, bone, and all. And very soon, you and your precious Derek will be part of me too.
No. Get away! Ah! Pierce, if there's a part of you left in there, you have to know this is wrong. You have to stop doing this. You have to stop.
Fate cannot be wrong. My master operates in dimensions of space-time far outreaching our own. He has told me. He has shown me this, Annie. It's what was always meant to be.
You've lost your mind.
Yes, but what I've gained makes my human mind seem as pitiful as you sound to me now. When flesh becomes meaningless, dispensable. Let me show you, Annie. Like I showed Leah and the others. Your mind is already primed to accept. Master made me sure of that. You just need to let me inside. You'll see your weakness then, and you'll beg me to help you transcend your mortal coil. Come join us, Annie.
Fuck you, Pierce.
If you're not going to join us willingly, then I'll find my own way inside your mind, and you will not be able to stop me, or even fight me. I'll come in through your dreams and desires, your worst nightmares and regrets. You won't even notice it happening. Then you'll be ready to accept how small you truly are.
Derek!
Annie, run!
Run, fools! Run as much as you want, and as far as you want. I'll still find you. I'll still get you.
I don't know whether to yell at you for wasting that bullet, or hug you for saving me from that horror show. I didn't expect that. Did you see? I told you Leah wasn't dead.
Not all is lost. I can ignite the fuel with electrical wire and will burn whatever that thing has turned into a crisp. Oh shit!
Let's hope not. Prep the electrical wires.
What will you do?
I'll see what else we can use to bring it down, or at least protect us until you get the fire started. Nice. A wrench might not be much, but maybe it'll keep its horrible mug away from us.
What the hell are you doing, Annie?
Letting him in. He obviously won't fit through the main hatch.
Shit, you're right. And there he is.
Are you done with the wires?
There, ready. But I'll need to get real close. I think you should stand next to the main hatch and escape when the fire starts before the canisters go boom.
I'm not leaving you. We're in this together.
Sweetheart, it's going to be horrible.
Like I haven't seen all the most horrible things by now. Besides, I shouldn't be saved. Derek, ready?
As I'll ever be.
How lucky am I to find you both waiting for me? Annie, my sweet, Derek thinks that you should try to get me closer. But closer to what? Oh, right. That's what I was smelling.
Get out! Derek! Go!
Annie, hit one of the heads on its body. Hit it with all you fucking got.
I wouldn't do that again, Annie.
Get out of the way, now! Annie! In this together. Maybe we'll get out of this alive. Annie?
Piercy! Honey, supper's getting cold. Come on, sweetie. There's dessert too. Your favorite. Did you play with the nice doggos? Go inside. Daddy's waiting at the table. I'll be a moment. Our home. Our little piece of heaven.
Sweetheart, take a seat. Everything's served. Pierce just told me that he's finally seen our neighbors.
Yeah, the new couple? That's nice, sweetie.
Said their names were Seth and Rachel. They were nice to him. His words, not mine. And you know this little guy doesn't like anyone. Thinks everyone's stupid. They must be real special. They asked him about the promo litter.
Sure, we have too many anyway. Maybe we should have Seth and Rachel over for dinner. That'd be nice, right, Piercy?
That's a neat idea, sweetheart.
Say, Derek, I was thinking about the baby names for the twins. What do you think about Steven and Leah?
Baby Steven and baby Leah. I like it. What do you think, buddy? You like your brother and sister to be called that?
Piercy, Daddy asked you a question. What did you say? He likes it too.
What's happening with those dogs?
Piercy, eat your supper.
Maybe I should check on them.
They must have found something in the field. Let them be, Derek. Eat your food. What's the matter, sweetie?
I think they're dragging something toward the house.
That's just your mind playing tricks on you, sweetheart.
They are. Look, Annie. What the heck is that? It's like a massive beast. No. Wait. What is that? Can you come see, sweetheart? Annie? Annie?
How had it gotten like this? To say I do not quite remember would be me doing my memory a disservice, even though I wished now more than anything that I could just forget. Forget what I had gone through. Forget what they passed through. But I still remember the sounds and their pleas. I remember the putrid smell that invaded my nostrils and threatened to drive me insane. The rotten smell from a being that rid me of the one thing I held dear. How did it begin again? Yes, it started with darkness, as most things did. My mind, like space, was filled with darkness and nothingness, and it remained that way until the void's consistency was perturbed. Piloted by a crew of 7, our ship, the Phoenix Ark, floated through the expanding void of space as it made its way to Gria W94. We had been away from Earth for 8 months. We had just been woken from our cryogenic sleep by the monotonous beeping of the Phoenix Ark. I was awake. My recovery time from cryogenic sleep was slower than back on Earth. This was no drill. Where the others took some minutes to get over the drowsiness and discombobulating effect of the cryogenic sleep, it took me almost a seeming eternity to get over it. The semi-autonomous systems had put off the artificial gravity at our re-emergence as a protective measure in case we grew faint and fell. It also served as a means of faster navigation through the ship. The others didn't take long to begin floating and stretching as recommended. Me, I tucked myself into the corner and tried to weather the onset of what was surely a pounding migraine. "William, are you okay?" Concerned Annika, the chief engineer, asked even as she futilely tried to stifle the excitement in her voice from all the floating she and the others were doing. "Good," I answered abruptly before I sent her back to floating. My body was simply reacting poorly to being let out of a freezer after 8 months. After the worst had passed, I angled my head up, looked past my floating crew, and ogled the interior of the ship we were floating in. The Phoenix, or as it was more commonly known, the Phoenix Ark, was the 3rd iteration of ships engineered by NASA as part of the Phoenix program. I chuckled a bit at the irony. The program and ship had been part of another failed program called the BBB program. The BBB program had been scrapped. According to some pundits, it had been a total failure, especially considering its lackluster performance versus the amount of money that went into it. The program had been such a failure that it had triggered a round of firing and replacements in the organization. After the storm from the old program had passed, a new program to explore the stars was born. The Phoenix program came to be in demand following the discovery of the new planet, Gria W94. The new world was a mystery, as it had seemingly appeared out of nowhere, as that part of space had been ranked over to them. Caught in my thoughts about the bureaucratic affairs, I stayed in the corner seat for a while before unbuckling the belt that kept me grounded and commanded a systems check. We were getting closer to the planet, and the last thing we wanted was the ship falling apart because we were too preoccupied with floating in space. We began clearing each part of the ship, one after another, and before long, we could say the Phoenix was in proper working order. It had been a reason to breathe a sigh of relief, but Luca didn't think so. "I have a bad feeling," he said. Of course, I thought to myself, he always did. Why, I asked, even though I was convinced it was just superstition. "We're nearing Gria W94. Not only are we behind schedule, he pointed to one of the screens in his space, keeps going haywire. Plus, I had a dream." Luca was the second mate, so the news about the equipment wasn't something to be overlooked. I drew closer and checked his readings. "Isn't that normal for the amount of disruption we just had?" I asked. "It is, but..." "It is nothing," I said rather harshly than I had intended the words to be. I did my best as captain to reassure him. Our mission was to orbit the planet, deploy the capsule carrying the rover, and nothing more. As for the dream, it had been said that there were no dreams in space. I couldn't tell how true that was. I had problems dreaming, as I hadn't dreamt in years. The last dream I had was as a 7-year-old boy. "There are no dreams up here," I said to him. "Only abstractions of space. As for being behind schedule, don't worry. We will make up for the delay soon." He looked at me with eyes that told me he wanted to say more reasons why he didn't feel right about our mission. I looked at him with eyes that told him I didn't care to hear more about his superstition. I should have listened. At that moment, I should have aborted the mission and made a return trip to Earth. But I didn't. To say the mission hadn't gone as planned was an understatement. The truth, in retrospect, was that no one could be blamed for how the ship went down. The planet we found ourselves on was cruel. We didn't just know it yet, but we would. With each passing sound, with each individual strand of breeze, we would know. One of us was dead already. It wasn't long before we came into range with the Gria W94. The discovery of the planet had been one that sparked a lot of debates. First, the planet had been discovered. An observatory had announced the discovery of an intrusion in the night sky. Still, they couldn't quite determine what it was. The likelihood of a new planet brought issues, with several governments accusing each other of drumming up planets where there were none. It had taken building a special telescope for taking pictures to get the arguments to stop, and even then, it hadn't. Some still needed verification that the images being sent were not an afterimage of some sort or flaring from heat. An orbiter and a rover had also been sent before it could be announced as official. The way I saw it, the orbiting flight and the deployment of a new and improved rover, we were the fifth wave of confirmation. Looking at the planet, there was no doubt in my mind that the planet was real. The sight in front of my eyes had a chaotic beauty that neither the crew nor I could explain. The planet's hue hadn't been that far off from what the telescopes, the rovers, and the mechs had sent back in the early days of the discovery. Our job was now to take a lap around the planet, just like the President had described in his press brief. But even in this trance brought about by the beauty of the planet, I felt a chill run down my spine that I couldn't explain. This was my second warning, but I failed to listen. "Let's earn our pay," I ordered, putting aside the shudder. Everyone was at their station. We began a slow descent so as not to get caught up in an orbit stronger than the Phoenix could handle. I looked at the readings as the Ark disengaged from the autopilot. "Ease into it," I said to Hayden as I asked Luca for the readings. The mission's success couldn't afford a mistake where we entered an orbit where the planet's pull was stronger. Luca called out, and the reading, the Phoenix was about to move to the lower, and that was when it happened. The pull suddenly became stronger. "Pull it up! Pull it up!" I ordered, and the reply came that it couldn't be pulled up from, and that was when we nosedived into the planet.
Brace for impact.
The Phoenix system blared out.
Brace for impact.
Although the Phoenix made it into the planet, the nightmare hadn't ended. Every crevice in the Phoenix Ark creaked from the vast amount of pressure pressing down on them. Instinctively, I shouted some commands. We had to make it down safely, but we didn't. The Phoenix crashed. Time, marked only by the cacophony of beeps, seemed to last for another eternity in the surrounding darkness. The more I tried to open my eyes to let light in, the more things seemed to fade away beyond any graspable meaning. It was the cryogenic sleep all over again, but with more pain and a fricking headache that threatened to consume my very being. The more I tried to will myself back to consciousness, the more it evaded me. Without opening my eyes, I looked up, and there it was. Something looking back at me before I could peer into the darkness. Annika's voice woke me up. Her voice was followed by a series of beeps that rang throughout the hull of the Phoenix. I woke, and everywhere seemed to be covered in darkness. I couldn't tell if this was just how things were, or if my sight was still recovering. It turned out to be the latter. I knew when the emergency lights came on. Somehow, the ship had landed without totally falling apart. Groping my way through the ship, I searched for the buttons and engaged the emergency light. They came on with a buzz akin to that of a bug zapper. "Can someone put off that fucking noise?" The beep slowly faded after that. We began a sound-off to ensure everyone was okay. Everyone had spoken, except for Oscar. Madison had tried but failed to resuscitate him. We had to bury him, as the cryopods were no longer functional. "What happened there?" I asked Hayden after wiping a tear from my eyes. "I don't know," he said as he removed Madison's hand and held the bandage in the bloodied place. "You should ask Luca," he said with irritation ringing through every syllable he spoke. Wordlessly, I turned and looked at Luca.
"I don't know. It felt like something was pulling the ship."
"Not again with the superstition crap," I said, tired of hearing about his feelings.
"I mean it, William. Something was pulling, driving the readings all over the place."
"That would be you, moving us into the orbit we were supposed to avoid," Hayden replied. "There isn't any need to fight. Annika said as she stepped into the middle. She reminded us that although the mission had gone a bit sideways, we were still on a mission, and Oscar would have wanted us to complete it. She was right. We needed to assess our condition. Finish the mission, I mouthed.
Captain? That might be easier said than done.
A voice came from behind. Why? What is it this time?
It seems we've lost the payload.
Great, I said. Just great. After assessing the ship, it turned out that the rough landing had injured the ship to the extent that it would take days to repair. Dark here was tricky. The darkness here wasn't like the dark back on Earth. It fluttered with intervals of incandescent lights. We will split into 2 groups, a set to go after the pod, another to stay and repair the ship. Okay, they all said, before moving back into their now dysfunctional cryopods that served as beds. That night, I saw hills of bodies and of blood. That night, I dreamed. We split into 2 parties. I led the party to recover the pod that had been knocked loose during our entry, while Annika stayed behind to man the repair of the Phoenix. With me came Luca and Madison. I had wanted to change Luca for someone else, as his superstition seemed to be rubbing off on me. I was seeing things that weren't there, but Annika needed everyone I could spare. Before we left, we traded in our normal attire for the new improved spacesuits and headed out for the last known location of the pod. If we were lucky, we would recover it not too far from where we crashed and return in one piece. We were not. At intervals during our trek to recover the last pod, I would catch a slight sound of Lucas saying a prayer. I didn't interrupt him, each to his own. Oscar's death weighed deeply on all of us. I was still thinking about our landing when the sound sped past me. "Did you hear that?" I said as I drew closer to Madison. "What?" she replied with a confused look as she tried to listen for the sound. She didn't hear anything. I kept it to myself, each to his own. We hadn't found a thing on our first day of searching and had to return to the crash site. Night came and I was the only one awake. Unable to sleep, I pulled out a digital map, overlaid it onto a physical map, and marked out the areas searched. I smelt it when I was about to mark out areas for the next day. This was the first time I smelt it. My first thought was that Billy had farted, but the smell had a burning sensation. The more I tried to ignore it, the worse it got. I put on my suit and moved out of the Phoenix. I was temporarily distracted by the incandescent nature of the night sky. I didn't get lost in it. The noise got louder. I tried but failed to find out where it was coming from, but before the noise could collide with me, and it disappeared. I was just overthinking things. I shook my head and went inside. That night, I dreamt again. The same dream, but this time with a terrifying growl. We moved out the next day. We had to find the pod before it became dark. I got on the comms and tried to radio back our progress. No reply, just pure static that sounded more and more irritating. I almost punched it before remembering the others looking up to me as the beacon of hope. I resolved to try out the radio later the next day. My progress was slow. I couldn't shake off the feeling that we were being followed, and it had only worsened since the previous night. My mind flew to Luca. Maybe my psyche was being affected by him. But despite how hard I tried to shake it off, I couldn't stop looking behind to ensure nothing was on our trails. We were moving over a rocky terrain when I heard the noise from my dream. So real was the voice I heard that I tripped and tumbled down the hill. After the fall, I had tried moving, only to shout out in pain. Had I broken my leg? Luca and Madison caught up not long after, and moved to pull him up from the ground when I noticed the mold in the ground. I stepped to the side, or to be more precise, I hopped and bent as I checked it to ascertain what this was. At first, I thought it might have been a rock, but closer inspection revealed it to be a footprint of some sort, and looked nothing like a human's.
"What is it?"
Luca asked. "Nothing," I replied. He didn't need anything to fuel his superstition. We kept walking after Madison helped with my leg. The trek had been slower than when we began. I would have liked to blame it on my leg, but the truth was more than that. Was there life on this planet? The question slipped into my mind, causing me to remember the brief we had gotten from the scientist at NASA. The answer to the question hadn't been certain, but some of them theorized that if there was life, it would probably be nothing but plant life. I repeated it just in my head, even as I forced my legs to move. We hadn't come close to finding the pod on the second day either. We returned to the Phoenix, short of another member. There had been a storm, and Luca had gotten separated during it. We searched for him for days, but the more we searched, the more we came up with nothing. It was almost as if he hadn't even been there in the first place. I called a meeting amongst the remaining crew. It had to be said. There was no need to hide it now. "William, what is this about?" Annika asked. "There is something wrong with this planet. I don't know what it is, but we need to get off it now."
"What do you mean, get off it?"
Hayden exclaimed.
"One of us was lost in the storm. We haven't found him yet. We can't just tuck tail and abandon him on this planet."
I tried explaining, or trying to explain, that I didn't think Luca was lost in a storm. He had been taken. I feel like... I stopped to listen to myself. I expected this to come from Luca and not from me. I was still contemplating with my sanity when Billy spoke out. "You feel like something is watching you at all times, waiting for something before it strikes," Billy chipped in. I almost jumped with relief. At least I would have if my leg permitted. Billy continued. "I noticed it on the second day we landed. There was this hissing sound. I thought I'd developed tinnitus, but I soon began seeing these flashes after the hisses. Eyes. What are you saying? That something is haunting us?" Annika asked Billy and me. We were about to reply when she spoke up. "It doesn't matter. We are going to find Luca before any talk of leaving." I sat back down and remained silent as they went to bed in preparation for the search the next day. That night, I dreamt again. It was troubling now. The dream had come at me so quickly that it forced me to wake up. I woke up in cold sweat and chill, which only got more unnerving when I looked up, only to see it. Immediately I stepped out of bed. I knew it was there. The ship smelled horrible, My eyes watered and burned as they would when exposed to some nerve gas. I put a cloth over my nose. It smelled stale, but stale wasn't the first thing that hit my nose. Putrid was. It was here. My guess was backed up by the chaos that filled the Phoenix. The walls had been ripped up. If I didn't know better, I would have said someone was searching for something. But for what? I mused to myself. "Hello? Annika?" I called, but there was no reply. I called out to Hayden, and there was still no answer. Had they neglected to tell me they were stepping out? What about the rest? Had they gone out to search for the pod on their own because I was slowing them down? They wouldn't have done so, I concluded. I called out to them again. It wasn't until I saw their gloves were still here that I began to worry. They wouldn't have gone out without it. Annika wouldn't have allowed it. Everything was turning. I couldn't breathe, the rhythm of my heart outracing the thoughts in my brain. I pulled myself up and looked out, and that's when he saw it. The ship's floor was covered in a dark fluid. "What is this?" I mouthed as I bent down and touched the ground. My eyes widened in panic, and my sphincter clenched with thoughts of what could happen. I hopped back into Phoenix as I darted from the unseen beast. I moved to the comms and tried radioing them, but there was no reply. Maybe the radio was faulty or something. It wasn't, but maybe it was. I rested my back against the wall, one eye on the ripped-out door of the Phoenix, one on the radio as I adjusted the dials repeatedly and tried again. One trial was rewarded by a click that signified the connection had gone through. This time, I heard a scream from Madison, followed by static. The pain in her voice was maddening. My mind was still running over options when I looked up and saw that the blood had formed a trail. After thinking about my next action, I packed as much gear as I could manage with a bad leg and moved in the direction of my crew. I was only some way out of the Phoenix before it began again. It sounded like a hiss from 100 snakes slithering in my direction. As much as I liked to think it was all in my head, I knew now that this wasn't a dream. Something was on my trail. Something was on this rock of a planet, and it had taken my crew and left me behind. The weather had begun to act up, and I could hear the lightning clash in anticipation of the appointed time. The winds also opined, pushing me back as if to warn me that only death waited for me beyond this point. But I ignored it and continued. I continued no matter how harsh it got. My heart spiked with every step I took, and I felt every strain of the pain bite into me. I ignored both sensations. I had to find them. It didn't matter what it took. I had only walked a few miles when I stopped to rest. I was almost dozing off from the pain and tiredness when the sounds of this thing haunting me began again. Armed with nothing but a flare gun and long rod that was once part of the Phoenix, I took a wide stance, ready to face this thing, this monster. For the first time since my trials began, I heard another sound, a cackle of some sort. It sounded like laughter at my pain and defiance. "Where are you?" I shouted as I gripped my weapons tight as adrenaline passed through me. Show yourself. There was a scurry of feet, faster than my eyes could follow, but I saw a part of it. The scale of this beast, of this creature, knocked the wind out of me, and I staggered to the floor. What was it waiting for? For me to go completely mad? I wouldn't grant it that. I rested against a big stone and began fiddling with the comms frequency. Something had to go through. I reached a channel that wasn't all static. "William," the voice said as it morphed into part static and part voice. "I can't hear you, Annika. Where are you? Do you have coordinates? Help us, William. Help us," Annika said before the channel died. Continuing walking after that was a problem. My mind was filled with doubts. The entire expedition was proof of my failure as a captain. What chance did I stand? My mind kept telling me I had to return to the ship. It was going to be cold soon, and deadly. Turning back, I began to hear the wind. I wouldn't make it back. Getting caught here would mean death. Maybe we deserved it. I mean, who were we to try and leave the planet of our birth? This was going to be the end, I thought to myself. I am ready for death, I muttered under my breath. I am ready to die, I repeated to myself under my breath to steady myself. Maybe if I was more prepared, it would be less painful. It didn't make sense, but it was all I had. The wind had progressed to more than just a whisper. It had transformed into a raging wind. I looked up at it and was about to look away when I saw it in the way. It was a cave. I didn't know it at first, but when the realization hit, I rose to my feet and ran to it. My desperate attempt to beat the wind worked. The cave was standing strong. My goal was to spend the night and resume the next day. The wind had other plans. I stayed there, and I surfaced from the cave when it was over. In the distance I saw a familiar color. It was Luca. I ran up to him and saw... All I will say is that he died in my arms, not before telling me about the monster. The entrance to this cave began at my foot and spanned the length of a small mountain. Images of Luca and the words he had spoken breezed through my mind.
Run. Save yourself.
I shook my head to displace the thought and stop it from taking root. I was going to save them. Nothing was more important now, not even the mission. I felt it again, the chill I felt at the beginning of the mission. Again, I shook it and surged into the cave as carefully as possible. The cave floor was filled with an off-white material that gave off a rippling noise, no matter how much care I put into walking on it. The cave being an echo chamber, the noise bounced off the walls into the furthest part of the cave. With the flare gun in my hand, my eyes roamed the cave for any sight of my crew. I did. A trail of blood leading further into the cave was on the floor just in front of me. I took a deep breath, gathered my thoughts, and proceeded further into the cave. There was another opening. Although it was still huge, It stood much smaller than the first one I had entered. The smell lived here and was even more nauseating now than ever. I walked in and I saw it. Its skin was slimy, and the light shining through the cave reflected off it in a sickly mirror. How had it been able to move so fast? It wasn't important now. I only had 2 bullets, 2 cartridges. I had to make them count. I didn't know how yet, but I knew I had to. It was asleep. My eyes traveled the length of the body, and in the middle was the pod we were searching for. That is why the signal kept on moving, I thought to myself. I was about to move to the other side when I heard a whimpering. Whimpering in another cave. I moved to the left, entering the cave, and that was when I saw something that made my stomach drop. Hanging on the cave's ceiling were my crew. Their eyes had been ripped out of their socket. "Who is there?" they chorused. I couldn't catch my breath or stop the tears rushing down my face fast enough to reply to them. I tried to call myself, but before I could, the cave shook. The monster was up. "I am going to get all of you down," I whispered as I moved to a hidden part of the cave. The beast entered the cave. Its skin was slimy, even as it stretched like a serpent. The bulk was just as big as the cave entrances I had entered through. It sniffed me out almost immediately. I fired the first flare and missed. It was only after the flare hit me that I realized I was standing. These were bones, and for the first time I saw its face. Its face was made of eyes. I stood there, all my strength drained out of me. One of the hands grabbed me. I was ready to die. There was no need living anymore. And that was when I heard their voice begging me to help them. I was still weak, but I was strong enough. I picked up the flare gun and fired one shot at its eyes. It dropped me on the floor as it let a screech. Before it could recover, I took the shaft and pierced it into the beast's brain. There was a loud screech, and that was the end of it. At least, I wished it was. I took the pod and went south with it. That's where I am recording this, hoping someone back on Earth will get this. My crew, they begged me to end it. The damage had been too much for them to love through. I am not so sure I want to go back anymore. Not after what I did. Not after hearing the hisses again. I am the last member of the crew member of the Phoenix Ark, and this is my last communication.
Escape from Reaper Island. Part 1. Pentarunner. Every year for the last few decades, at least one spaceship left planet Earth towards an exoplanet that humanity was trying to colonize. The past 50 years were crucial in this slow but steady process of finding a new home. There were plenty of tragedies, especially in the previous century, when ships carrying millions of refugees landed on a new planet just to discover that human civilization wasn't compatible with their latest chosen planet. In one way or another, for better or for worse, every camp or colony eventually failed. There were plagues and attacks from new species of animals. There were contagious diseases and toxic elements in the air that their technology only discovered a little too late. There were natural disasters brought by their sudden invasion and civil wars between rival groups that didn't leave old grudges back on Earth. All things considered, it looked like there was a light at the end of the tunnel. The exoplanet, known as Mara Magna, had every quality that made it humanity's most likely candidate for a second home. Mara Magna was located on the star system 400 TC, relatively unexplored except for this one planet. It was half as far from its star as the Earth was from the Sun. It had one moon that, in turn, had 2 satellites of its own, and exploratory robots already on the surface of each. The exoplanet was slightly smaller than planet Earth, but with a very interesting geography composed of one extremely large continent surrounded by almost countless islands and a profound ocean, mysterious enough to put Earth's waters to shame. The first good signs of Mara Magna were the results of the quality of air, the water, and the soil. It was almost a perfect match with humans' requirements. This prompted a wave of exploratory robots and the very first teams of astronauts and explorers. Every result was more hopeful than the previous one. Plants were growing, native animals weren't a threat, and the first building didn't crumble at all. Soon enough, the entire Earth and every small colony on other planets had heard the good news. It became impossible to stop them from rushing the process of building a colony. In 20 years, Mara Magna's colony, built on the planet's equivalent of a valley close to the sea, was thriving. After 20 more, the colony expanded, supporting 10 smaller settlements along the coast and deeper into the continent. As of the year 2154, the most needed thing in Mara Magna's colony was more people. If the planet really stood a chance to be a home for all the people that managed to escape from Earth's hunger, wars, and contamination, then it had to grow enough to fit all of them, and fast. Naturally, it wasn't enough to bring people to live on the planet. First, it was necessary to build the structures to sustain them, harvest the food to feed them, and explore the planet to make sure it was safe. Mara Magna found itself in dire need of millions of workers, and, in a move that didn't surprise the historians scattered around the universe, humanity found a way to discreetly reinvent slavery, shipping poor, unfortunate souls from Earth to perform the worst jobs at the new planet in exchange for little more than breathable air and a chance to stay in that shiny new home. In June of 2154, a spaceship by the name of Pentarunner took off from the Earth, carrying within its metallic walls about 1,000 passengers more than it would be advisable. The first 1,000 were soldiers, following orders that took them across the universe. They were swiftly followed by about half the convicts from several prisons on the planet, unknowingly selected to work for their freedom at the least rewarding jobs on an unknown planet. A large portion of the passengers were refugees, some of the thousands out of millions of people struggling to stay alive in a world that was mostly just rubble and leftovers from the wars. Despite what it was advertised across the universe, only a minority of passengers in the Pentarunner were actual volunteers that eagerly and willingly wanted to leave behind everything they had ever known for whatever exciting and original adventures awaited them at Mara Magna. One of the passengers in the Pentarunner was Hayden Larson, a man that was mostly resigned about his fate. He carried himself slightly differently than the rest of the passengers. He wasn't part of the ambitious, enthusiastic, and hopeful people that daydreamed about life on Mara Magna. He wasn't somber, haunted, or willing to put up a fight against the inevitable future ahead of him. Not that the passengers had much time to get to know each other. The ship traveled for a week before everybody on the ship went through a medically induced hibernation state. This served the purpose of protecting the bodies from the effect of faster-than-light interstellar travel from Earth to Mara Magna, made possible through the nuclear fusion engines of the Pentarunner spaceship. Consequently, the thousands and thousands of passengers of the Pentarunner woke up a few months later with only 2 weeks of travel left until they reached their destination. They were disoriented. Many of them felt sick and scared, and they were impossibly far from home, family, and everything they used to know. It was to be expected that tensions were running high, and cohabitation was a challenge. At first, Hayden had promised himself to avoid befriending anyone on that ship, seeing them all as liabilities. But his calm demeanor, against his best wishes, attracted wary and frightened passengers that sheltered at his side away from the hysterical crowds. He was involuntarily chosen as some kind of protector or guide through the length of the ship from the sleeping pods toward the food dispensers in the dining hall. He warned them against threats, answered questions, and explained their sensitive situation to the best of his abilities. "You must avoid getting hurt," he advised them. "That's the infirmary over there, but you would find it out of service, as it serves as a provisional jail to people adamant on protesting the inevitable. The secondary observatory is shut down as well," he announced, moving closer to the wall further away from said spot, letting whoever wanted to follow him, but not making more effort than that. "The protesters are holed up in there. They blocked the entry with a couple bodies that died during our little hibernation, as proof of a failure in the entire system. It's probably best if we can't take a look outside anyway."
"So, the rumors are true?"
a young woman asked, walking as close to Hayden as possible without being an inconvenience.
"People are talking about bad omens. Meteor showers, solar flares, space debris, an abandoned satellite, unexplainable shadows, strange phenomena that always means a ship is cursed."
Hayden groaned and tried his best at replying without completely snapping at the poor woman. "We're in space. Everything is strange and unexplainable. Be superstitious if you want, but it doesn't make a difference. Cursed or not, our odds aren't any good to begin with." The woman nodded thoughtfully, and the small group surrounding them murmured their own theories quietly. But the woman had something else to ask.
"Are you a refugee too?"
It was a fair question. Hayden had barely given his name since he joined the Pentarunner. Nobody knew anything else about him, which was a problem in a place with such distinct social groups. The ex-convicts were nothing but trouble. The soldiers were paid prosecutors. The volunteers were privileged fools, and the refugees were desperate, unlucky bastards. Hayden merely stopped walking and announced, "We're here." He had safely guided them to the dining hall one more day. More than that, they would arrive at Mara Magna later that day. The woman walked away from him with her head hung low. All of them stepped in line to the food dispensers, dreaming of better, warmer, more satisfying meals as soon as they reached their destination. It was exactly the kind of useless hope that Hayden preferred to avoid. Part 2. Mara Magna. The mainland was extremely busy. The landing zone for spaceships was on flat and vast terrain between the central colony and another smaller camp. From there, the passengers of Pentarunner were taken in dozens of buses to a military base, where they, mostly obediently, moved through the motions of medical checks and civil registrations into the Mara Magna colony. There was no time to waste. It was assumed that they had a good night's sleep on the ship before arriving, ignoring the protests, the nightmares, the restlessness, and extreme terror that suffocated a great part of these new inhabitants of the exoplanet. As soon as the administrative processes were done, it was necessary to assign those working hands to a task. As if the rumors about slavery weren't unsettling enough, Hayden and the other 1,000 newcomers were about to learn a lot about their new home. The foreigners were divided into smaller groups and introduced to a handful of officials that would assign each person a specific team, task, mission, or place of work. Judging by the fact that they were already asked if they were soldiers, ex-convicts, refugees, or volunteers, it wasn't hard to guess that the selection method would be biased. Hayden's group stood under the afternoon sun and listened attentively to the man ahead of them.
My name is Harrison Holman, General of the Mara Magna Army. I officially welcome you to the planet. Right now we are in the mainland, the singular continent of the planet. The center colony is 2 hours away from this base. There are smaller settlements along the shore, up the hills on the west, and in a couple of the closest islands. This is the mere beginning of what could become the greatest step in humanity's history. There is a lot to do on this planet. We need strong, brave, honest workers. It's up to each and every one of you to prove you deserve a place in this history-making process. You aren't changing the world. You're helping to build one. And I hope you're ready. Any specialists will be taken to their respective commissions afterward. From this group, I will assign you to one of these jobs: exploration missions, construction work, farm work, and scientific development. Let's get started.
What followed was a very interesting manifestation of rumors coming to life. It was the first time that all of them stepped onto that planet, and yet almost all of them reacted in some way or other when they were assigned their jobs. General Holman started listing off names.
Charlotte Welch, Exploration, Crystal Cape. Jeffrey Salazar, Construction Work, Landing Port 2. Ty Palmer, Farm Work, Camp 11. Melanie Ngo, Scientific Development.
And there was the first break in the order. The previous ones just walked over to the designated area or truck or guide in various levels of resignation. But this Melanie Ngo, a middle-aged woman that was chosen for scientific development, started screaming. All the heads turned to her, and a pair of guards immediately ran towards her to keep her from running. She was about a dozen people away from Hayden, so he was able to get a front row seat to the spectacle of her crisis. The woman cried as if there was a hungry beast about to jump at her, as if a demon had crawled out from the ground and she was staring at the face of unspeakable evil. When that piercing yell ran its course, the woman tried to escape. She pushed and kicked whoever she had to just to get away from there, but there were just too many people. The guards were on her in a matter of seconds. There were too many, and her desperation wasn't enough to keep them from dragging her away, but they couldn't restrain her failing limbs while also covering her mouth. This meant that Hayden and every other soul around was able to hear her warnings. No, the woman cried.
No, don't take me there. Don't take me to the labs. I want to live. I don't want to be your lab rat. Don't take me to the slaughterhouse. No.
She cried the entire time until the guards injected her with a potent sedative and carried her unconscious body to an awaiting truck with a red cross painted on the side. A tense silence fell over the group, like they were standing in a graveyard at midnight, patiently waiting for the Grim Reaper to call their names.
Disobedience won't be tolerated,
General Harrison Holman said, in a menacing tone that couldn't completely hide a hint of exhaustion in his voice.
Whatever rumors you've heard from whatever corner of the universe you've come from, I recommend that you ignore them. As I said, we need brave and hard-working people. There's no space in Mara Magna for superstitions and petty gossip. All of these jobs assigned to you are respectable and necessary, and the sooner you embrace them, the better it'll be for all of us.
Hayden listened to that man's impersonal and practical words. He held his ground and walked until another person was assigned to the laboratories. He watched as this old man fell down to his knees, crying like a little kid and begging for a second chance until the guards dragged him away. Discretion be damned. Hayden couldn't hold back his curiosity any longer. He looked around him until he spotted a familiar face and slowly made his way to the side of the woman he had met on the spaceship from Earth. "Why is everybody so terrified of scientific work?" he asked, looking ahead without meeting her eyes. It took the woman a moment to realize that eccentric, quiet man was really talking to her again by his own initiative. She eagerly took her opportunity to secure the friendship of that man and explained.
The Mara Magna colony is still relatively young. There's too much about this planet we don't know yet, down to the composition of the very air we're breathing. It's like the scientists discovered a brand new periodic table. They have to locate, identify, name, and test all these new elements, materials, and substances and exactly how they would affect, benefit, or harm our lives. Long story short, they need guinea pigs. Sure, it's a rumor, but why else would you pick people with no scientific background to work in a laboratory? They don't have the time to be ethical. If they don't test how a drink from every puddle of this stupid planet would react in a regular person's stomach, they're risking finding out too late when there are billions of people already living here. You think I'm exaggerating, but imagine the stories these people have heard to react like they were just sentenced to death. There has to be some truth behind all the stories, doesn't there?
Hayden nodded in acknowledgement, but he couldn't offer much more than that. As cold and irritating as the general seemed, he had a point. Fighting this fate was useless. Resignation would make this process faster. It would simply make things easier for every person involved. So, Hayden waited for his name to be called, listened to all the other options, and observed the myriad of reactions.
Joe Peterson, construction work, southern deck.
The crowd started to grow thin.
Angelica Lee, farm work, campsite 7.
People continued to throw rumors around, maybe as a warning, maybe as morbid entertainment.
Gene Turner, exploration, southern hills.
Time passed slowly. The sun slid down the unfamiliar blue of Mara Magna's sky.
Carlos Perez, exploration, Reaper Island.
And finally, Hayden caught a new, interesting, even more ominous reaction. Not just from the person called out by the general, but by the entire crowd. The group gasped in unison the second they heard that name, Reaper Island. The sound of 100 people losing their breath over the mention of a place was enough to make Hayden shiver. He turned his head this time to look at the closest thing to a friend in the eyes, and the woman instantly understood his question.
Infamous place,
she explained.
Everyone has heard about Reaper Island, but nobody ever returns from it. It's like...
She didn't manage to explain any further than that. The general was raising his voice again.
Hayden Larson, exploration, Reaper Island.
Just like that, Hayden's fate was sealed. With his head held high, the crowd's murmurs and hissing sounds of fear at the very name of Hayden's destination, this man from planet Earth made his way to a truck waiting to take him to the most infamous place of every planet that humanity had ever tried to colonize. Part 3. Arrival at Reaper Island. 2 military trucks were in charge of driving 24 people to the northernmost deck of the main colony of Mara Magna. There, a small ship was waiting for the brave explorers, as if they had had a say in taking that insane adventure. Upon arrival at the deck, shortly after the sun went down the horizon, Hayden was presented with 2 small mercies that the most cynical part of him didn't want to take as comforting, but he couldn't avoid the breath of fresh air at some familiarity in the face of such hostile odds. Number 1, the same general, Harrison Holman, was in charge of the team of explorers on their way to Reaper Island. His demeanor hadn't changed, as if he was unaware of the rumors about the lack of survivors on that dreary island. Number 2, the refugee woman from the spaceship was also there, getting down from the second truck with the help of a different woman that, apparently, she had successfully befriended far faster than her attempts with Hayden. Accepting the fact that, now that he had a specific job, his survival most likely depended on their talent as a group rather than his individual abilities, Hayden put down his pride for once and approached them.
Oh, hi.
The first woman greeted him, searching for his name in her memory. Hayden Larson. He introduced himself properly, with a handshake.
Samantha Perry.
She replied, pleased like a proud mother, excited like a teenage girl.
This is Captain Miranda.
She turned towards the other woman.
You can call me Harper,
the woman said, offering Hayden a firm handshake.
You're also a refugee from Earth?
Something like that, Hayden answered. And you are?
Captain of the NeuroMagna Army, serving under General Holman's orders. I know these colonies like the back of my hand. I have 10 years and 16 exploratory missions completed on NeuroMagna.
She's our best bet at surviving Reaper Island,
Samantha added with a smile. A second later, she turned away so a soldier would help her get up on the boat. That gave Hayden enough time to address Harper, saying, "An hour ago she told me no one ever returns from Reaper Island. What changed? Everyone else looked beyond terrified, but the two of you are oddly calm. What did you tell her, and why do I suspect it was a lie?"
You don't look like the type that believes rumors,
Harper answered. When she got tired of waiting for a reaction from Hayden, she added,
The rumor itself was a lie. The General survived Reaper Island. He's the only one that's ever returned from there. And under his leadership, we will come home in a few days. You'll be wise to follow orders, not ask too many questions, and do whatever it takes to survive out there.
A moment later, she was up on the boat, and soon enough, it was Hayden's turn. There was no time or place to pry for more information about the island or seemingly legendary general that would lead them into that death trap. The small ship traveled throughout the night, giving the explorers a chance for one last night of peaceful sleep. This, of course, hardly worked. Half of the passengers had never been on a boat and spent the entire time battling seasickness. People were too curious and unsettled to fall asleep. The people brought from planet Earth were exchanging theories and horrible stories they had heard about the island. Hayden debated between a full night of sleep, compiling rumors to be prepared for the worst, or finding Captain Miranda or another experienced soldier for more realistic information about their destination. Eventually, he realized the wisest option was to try to sleep. Though he did wake up early and left the bunk beds of the passengers' quarters below the deck of the ship to go take a look at the sunrise over the NeuroMagna Sea. Hayden found Captain Miranda at the bow of the ship, but she wasn't alone. The general himself was standing next to her. That area of the ship was currently empty, and the two bodies at the front hadn't noticed his presence yet. Hayden walked forward slowly, catching bits of a private conversation.
A better plan,
Harper said, at the end of an argument that Hayden had missed.
We're following orders and completing the mission. That's what matters,
Harrison replied.
So you're not going to explain the stupid map to me? You're not going to tell me what you're hiding in your bag?
Stop!
Harrison hissed at her and stepped closer. He was whispering, and Hayden missed most of what he said, except for the end.
Follow my orders. You can lead this group back home.
Hayden was too exposed to turn back around. The best he could do was take a more purposeful and louder step, then clear his throat in greeting. Both soldiers turned around sharply to glare at him. Morning, Hayden grumbled, walking forward casually, revealing nothing of how much he did or didn't hear. He leaned against the railing of the boat, a few steps away from the officers.
Good morning, Larson,
the general said, stepping away from his right-hand woman to end their clandestine argument and move closer to Hayden.
Admiring the view.
Is that it? Hayden wondered, staring at the island ahead of them, which appeared closer and closer with each passing second.
Reaper Island in all its infamous splendor,
Harrison said, discreetly admitting that he was well aware of the location's nasty reputation.
I've heard people say this is how planet Earth used to look hundreds of thousands of years ago. Look at these clean waters. You can see the island's vegetation from all the way here. It's wild and fertile, and the preliminary exploratory robots found remarkable mineral deposits. It could be a gem for the NeuroMagna colony, if only we can take a closer look.
Hayden was well aware of his options. He could try to gain the general's trust, which could come in handy in the adventure waiting for them. He could inquire more details about the island, information that could potentially save his life. Or he could make a grave mistake and say, "It's not your first time on the island?" It wasn't exactly a question. Hayden knew this. The general noticed. Even the captain walked closer, as if she expected some sort of altercation.
It isn't,
the general replied, but his face had changed. His expression closed off, and Hayden knew at once that he had lost whatever respect the other man had for him.
And, if we're lucky, none of us will need to ever set foot in this place again.
After his brief conversation with Hayden, the general locked himself in the pilot's cabin, and the captain was busy getting everything and everyone ready for reaching their destination. Before an hour passed, everyone on the ship was wide awake, and the deck was filled with bags, which everyone helped unload on the coast of the island. Finally, getting a good, close look at Reaper Island, Hayden had to repress a shiver. He was troubled by the fact that not even he could shake off the rumors about that place. It shouldn't have been scary. It shouldn't have been intimidating. It was just a regular island. It looked just like the paintings and the pictures in the history books, something tropical even. The sand on the beach was a creamy beige color, until it intertwined with thick green grass that, after a few more feet, welcomed tall trees, the Mara Magna equivalent to palm trees, and, further in, all kinds of green, luscious plants that they would probably identify in their journey. It would have been idyllic, save for the ghost looming on the horizon, the small mountain that crowned the island, casting a heavy shadow over a side. It was a frightening mountain. It seemed completely out of place, but science hadn't finished figuring out how the myriad of islands around the mainland had even formed. The mountain was terribly steep, and it ended sharply on an insane cliff, as if it had been cut down in half by some godlike knife. The side of the cliff itself looked like a serrated knife, like the teeth of a shark, like the sacrificial weapon used to cut the head of titans. The mere sight of it felt too sharp for a simple human to witness, let alone get close to. Hayden's mind rushed with theories and intrusive thoughts. He felt impossibly convinced that more than one person had fallen down that death trap, and he felt a wave of nausea at the mausoleum that probably awaited them at the bottom of the cliff. He also tried his best to make sense of it all. He wasn't an expert or anything close to it, but he had to understand why that island had earned such a terrible reputation, how it worked, what it was made of, what was in the air he was breathing and the ground he was walking on. When the entire group was on the beach, Hayden noticed the general purposefully wasting time until the boat started its retreat on the water. As soon as the ship was moving, the general shifted gears, started giving out orders and organizing the group into 2 lines of 12 people side by side. It was time to get started.
Welcome to Reaper Island,
General Holman said as he slowly paced in front of the group.
In case you weren't paying attention back in the mainland, too focused on useless gossip, I'll reintroduce myself. My name is General Harrison Holman. I'm in charge of the exploration mission of Reaper Island, which means that all of you are my responsibility. I have a duty to lead you through this mission and safely bring you back to the colony. It also means that all of you are prepared to listen to my orders and follow through with everything I say. This isn't a game, and this isn't whatever kind of bedtime story you heard back home. This is an island unlike any other. Understood?
The crowd replied with varying grades of enthusiasm to his words, but it was clear their interest was growing.
I'm at the head of this operation, and I guarantee you I'll be too busy to reassure all of you whenever you're spooked by a shadow in the trees. Unless it's an extreme emergency, you should address your concerns to my second-in-command, Captain Harper Miranda. We are accompanied by 4 scientists, Mara Magna specialists that will be responsible for studying, identifying, and understanding the environment we find ourselves in. 7 of you are soldiers from Earth or Mara Magna colonies, trained and equipped to keep us safe from any threats, hunt if necessary, and maintain the peace in the group. Finally, 12 of you have just arrived from Earth. I understand you haven't had time to adapt. You didn't choose this path, and some of you aren't even volunteers. But whatever you were on Earth, you can leave it there. Right now, all that matters is that I consider you as members of my team in this mission. You are all equals, and you will be treated as such. You will respect me and your peers. You will obey orders, and you won't bring me any trouble. In exchange, when we return to the colony, you'll have earned yourself a safe place in this world. Your job is to help carry the scientific equipment, tools, and resources, and, of course, attentively observe the environment of the island. After the mission is over, everyone's testimony will be taken into consideration for the final evaluation of Reaper Island. Understood?
This time, the crowd voiced their agreement a little more confidently and homogeneously. But if anyone made any move to break the order, the general cleared his throat as a warning to keep them in place.
Lastly, some information about the island you're standing on. A selected few members of the team have maps with exact coordinates and details of the island. For the rest of you, Reaper Island has an area of approximately 136 square miles. Most of the coast looks just like what we see here. Deeper into the island, we'll face something close to tropical rainforest vegetation and fauna. But, considering none of us were alive when our old planet looked like this, we'll have to learn as we go. The exploratory robots identified diverse species of birds, insects, and small animals, but we don't have any information on possible bigger threats. We'll come across at least 5 small rivers, all of which we'll be able to avoid or cross on foot. Ideally, we would walk around the perimeter of the island, occasionally diving deeper for research, and eventually returning to this spot where we'll call for transport. Or they will return in 3 weeks, wait for us a week, and if we're not here yet, well, that's nothing to worry about.
Under all his bravado, the general wasn't immune to the chill of fear at the prospect of perishing in Reaper Island. He cleared his throat and kept his head held high, but Hayden had noticed the telltale signs of doubt crossing his eyes. The general addressed his second-in-command.
Captain, anything you'd like to add?
Not me, General.
Captain Miranda answered. It was a somewhat risky move, because anyone distracted could have missed it, but most people could easily grasp the jab at Harrison withholding some information. Hayden watched the general clench his jaw, but finally conceded.
I won't entertain ridiculous rumors about what happens on Reaper Island,
he warned his group.
But if any of you heard that I've been here before, it's true. I was part of an exploration mission a couple of years ago. However, I sustained a minor injury about halfway through. It was, however, serious enough to get me sent back home ahead of my team. They never returned. They were never found. I will use my previous knowledge of the island as much as I can to our advantage, but I decide what to share. You are not welcome to ask about that mission. If anyone has any questions about anything else, speak now. Otherwise, we'll get going immediately. We have to make the most out of daylight hours.
Nobody dared to ask any questions. Hayden assumed they preferred to wait for the right time to approach the captain instead. So, after assigning every person a bag and imparting the most specific rules and instructions to keep up with the expedition and move in that setting, the group started moving. Part 4. Into Reaper Island. Rumors be damned, the first mile of Reaper Island turned out to be absolutely gorgeous. Much to General Holman's chagrin and haste, the group advanced slowly, because the scientists' first point of interest was the beach they had arrived at. Hayden and the other civilians worked as assistants, and Captain Miranda supervised close by. She served as a mediator between the scientists and the rest of the group, explaining the results in terms they would understand.
You might be familiar with some of the water components, such as oxygen, carbon dioxide, sodium, and chloride. The levels of all these things are different than on Earth, though. You could easily drink this water and experience about 10% of the negative consequences of what you would associate with salt water. Do you have any idea how beneficial that could be? how long these reserves of water could last.
Harper stopped her explanation to pick up one of the tubes that the scientists filled with water. It was designed with a small screen on the front that, after a minute or so, displayed the main components of the liquid it contained.
Take a closer look, though. There are more than those elements, of course, but there are also things we don't completely understand yet. Look, M92, GL gas, these are elements natural from this planet, and we think they're perfectly safe. But look at the smaller percentages. We haven't even begun to name all the things you can find in these waters.
And the ocean is what we know best somehow,
the general added, coming closer to the group gathered on the coast.
In the mainland, it's absolutely prohibited to go into any of the rivers before they are deemed safe. We have no idea what the rivers of this island in particular might show.
It was a tactful reminder that they had to keep moving. There were many more things to study and observe. They couldn't get more than a couple of feet away, though. The group was stopped in its tracks by a whimper of fear.
Oh, what the hell is that?
Everyone turned around at the sound of Samantha's voice. She was pointing at the water and her hand was visibly shaking. Her distraught state was understandable. At first, it seemed that she was very much pointing at the human skull floating on the water. Choked gasps rippled through the group. The general and the soldiers rushed forward, and everyone heard the guns click loaded. But at the first brush from the barrel of a gun, the alleged skull floating on the shore turned over, and the scientists exhaled, relieved.
It's just an old version of these test tubes,
Harper explained.
They used to make these spherical versions, leaving them anchored in shallow waters to be retrieved hours or days later when the results of the test were done. A previous exploration team must have left them here. They never returned to pick up the results.
As she spoke, the group watched, holding their breath, as more and more metallic spheres resurfaced on the water. Maybe they resurfaced after the disturbance of their ship on the shore. Maybe they were there the entire time, and the more they looked, the more noticeable they became. One thing was for certain. There would have to be many more examples of failed explorations waiting for them on their path.
Oh, this whole place is like a cemetery, isn't it?
Samantha's comment wasn't well received by the general, who raised his voice and demanded,
"That's enough! We have to keep moving, now!"
There was no room for arguing. The group finally entered the depths of the island. Hayden and the refugees, volunteers, and ex-convicts from Earth watched curiously at the procedures and all the equipment used by the scientists. Harper explained it all patiently, almost amused.
Air analyzers,
she said, helping the scientists install a contraption made of several tall, thin tubes crowned by a nearly transparent flag.
As you can see, we can breathe on this planet, but we aren't done learning all we can about it. Also, the particles in the air could tell us more information about this island than what we could see.
Further into the island, Harper raised her voice to be heard over the thunder of a couple metallic boxes about 1 cubic foot in dimensions that were automatically drilling themselves into the ground of Reaper Island.
And these are ground scanners! We must know these grounds as well as possible! Are they fertile? Are there toxic components underneath? What are the different layers? How does it all explain the existence of this island?
Her excitement was soon snuffed out like a candle when everyone heard one of the scientists gasp loudly and then proceed to turn away from the group to throw up leaning against a tree. General Holman leaned over the shoulder of a different scientist to take a look at the results on display on one of the box's screens.
"Human remains,"
he said quietly, just loud enough for the closest people to hear.
"Not too far from here. Scattered all over. Quite a lot of them."
The group's enthusiasm suffered a sudden death. Only Hayden was close enough to Samantha to hear her whisper,
"It's a fucking cemetery, I told you."
Regardless of the bodies that they couldn't find, but their scanners could still somehow detect, the group had to go on and on. The scientists were equipped with glass containers of different shapes and sizes that they attached to the trunks and roots of trees, or where they deposited leaves and flowers they cut from every plant on the island.
These collectors are essential to determine if Reaper Island is useful or inhabitable,
Harper explained.
They are going to answer questions like, are these plants edible? Are they toxic, and how much? Are they located all over the planet or endemic to this island? Can we replicate them? Can we get rid of them if necessary? Do they have other uses? For medicine, for science? And how do they interact with each other?
The captain's masterclass on scientific work was interrupted by the general, who couldn't disguise that something was troubling him.
I have another question for you, Captain,
he said.
Why are these plants resistant to whatever threats hide in Reaper Island? Or are they responsible for the losses our army has suffered?
Everyone that wasn't currently preoccupied tending to the small machines they carried turned towards him.
What do you mean?
Samantha asked him, and then immediately winced, knowing the question wasn't aimed at her, and fearing the general's temper. However, even just one day in Reaper Island started to blur the social limits within the group. With nothing more than a grunt, Harrison replied,
Well, we all saw the old models of water testers on the shore, and we know there are human remains nearby. But why aren't there any other signs that people passed by here at all? The last exploration mission happened only a couple of months ago. How come every sign of human life just disappeared?
As everyone processed his words and the bad omen they carried, a harsh breeze passed by, rustling the leaves of the trees and making everyone repress a shiver. Captain Miranda looked quite reluctant to ask this in front of everyone else, but she finally addressed the general.
Do you remember? Did your team leave any marks on their way here?
The general was quiet for some time, and people started to move on, fearing he wouldn't answer at all. But finally, he said,
I can't be sure if this is the exact same path we walked. But we were far from the first exploration, and 5 more teams already came here while I recovered on the mainland. 5 steps along the shore showed us proof that other people came here. But a full day of walking and the best we got is a vague reading on the scanners? There's something wrong here. And we better make it our mission to figure it out before we return home.
Or before it erased all traces of them from the island too. Harrison might have not said it out loud, but everyone else was able to fill in the blanks in their minds. If only to distract the team from the invisible threats looming over their heads, General Holman announced that, according to the map generated by the exploratory robots that preceded human exploration on the island, there would be a clearing nearby, ideal for spending their first night on Reaper Island. The general, the captain, one of the soldiers, and the head scientist held a meeting for a long time, away from the rest of the group. Hayden wasn't able to find a way to move close enough to eavesdrop and further confirm his suspicions that the general was hiding something. He tried to entertain himself and learn more about his current circumstances by studying the rest of his company, but he wasn't particularly successful. The soldiers, except for the ones that were assigned the first guard of the night, fell asleep almost immediately, knowing that it was best to make the most of every second of rest wherever they went. The rest of the scientists seemed too fascinated by the results they could read on the screens they carried with them everywhere, and Hayden wouldn't have been surprised if at least one of them didn't even sleep the whole night. The civilians laid down to sleep, yet most of them were struggling to fall asleep surrounded by the distractions of Reaper Island. Leaves rustling in the wind, unknown insects chirping all around, animals that they couldn't even imagine lurking in the shadows, breaking twigs and occasionally growling in the distance. He had a feeling none of them were volunteers from Earth. The people in charge of Mara Magna's migration wouldn't have sent them on a doomed mission. But even ex-convicts and refugees were difficult to differentiate. Were they excited to be there because it was the freedom they longed for, or because it was something better and different than Earth? Alternatively, were they nervous and sullen because they didn't trust anyone any longer, or because they weren't at the hopeful new home they were promised? Hayden could have let it go, waiting for a chance to pry information from someone new, but he reluctantly accepted that he already had a bond with one member of the team, and she wasn't the worst source of information around.
Samantha, are you still awake?
He inquired quietly, moving just slightly closer to the spot where she had placed her sleeping bag.
Yeah, I can't sleep in this world,
the woman grumbled.
Everything is so How can it feel so much wilder and simultaneously more peaceful than Earth? Nothing stands still here. I swear even the ground feels unsteady, and the clean air keeps fluttering in my lungs as if I had inhaled alien bugs or something like that.
Hayden felt tempted to laugh fondly, but it wasn't the right time and place. He wasn't the right person for that. After clearing his throat, he told her, "I need you to tell me everything you've heard about this place." It looked like the night had brought with itself a sense of dread in Samantha. She didn't jump at the chance to discuss everything she had heard about Reaper Island. She shrugged half-heartedly and admitted,
I don't know anything. Not really.
"The rumors, then. Anything you've heard might be useful," Hayden insisted.
Nothing has ever been confirmed, Hayden,
Samantha said quietly.
People say that every time it's the same. They send soldiers to several islands and across the mainland. Every team but the one for Reaper Island returns. But there's never an explanation. They just disappear. People talk, but in the end, nobody knows if what got the soldiers was some kind of monster, something supernatural, a government secret, anything they can come up with.
"Not all of us are soldiers, though," Hayden pointed out. Samantha smiled sadly at him and asked,
Why do you think that is? They're running out of willing participants for this suicide mission.
"So, we're cannon fodder. Great," Hayden groaned. Suddenly, many things about this mission made sense. But, most importantly, it turned him even more determined to make it out alive. "Holman is really the only person that's ever been on this island before then?" Hayden asked. Then, after a nod from Samantha, he continued. "And he never said what was so horrible about this place."
I don't think he got to see the worst of it. He had a foot fracture, and the worst he ever experienced was returning to the coast with a friend's help and then going to the mainland alone.
Samantha made a pause, and Hayden was just about to come up with new questions, maybe about the captain, maybe about the rest of the team. But Samantha's eyes suddenly lit up.
You know what else I can tell you? There's something about the general. The last time he was here, the person in charge of the mission was his sister. She was the one that ordered him to go back home when he got hurt. He left her behind, and she never returned. Apparently, everyone in Mara Magna always thought he'd go back to find her eventually. And, well, here we are.
It was the final piece of the puzzle for Hayden. For the leaders on the mainland, this mission was a routine, a necessary sacrifice. For the general, this was a search and rescue mission. He cared about only one person, who only he believed to still be alive. Nobody really cared about keeping the rest of the team alive. All at once, it became Hayden's new mission. He couldn't care less about exploring that infamous island. His new goal was to get as many of his team alive back to the shore as soon as possible. Part 5. Time to Escape. After the thrill and trauma of abandoning planet Earth, after learning their fate and the dark reputation of Reaper Island, Hayden and most of the team were shocked to find out that the next few days went by with surprising ease. At first, everything they saw, every result on the scanner, every sight and every sound was extraordinary. Everything about Reaper Island was new and exciting, and often intimidating. However, not even the worst reputation in the universe could change the fact that it was a relatively small island, that most of the plants and living creatures had already been identified in the mainland, and that doing nothing but walk all day and wait for scientists to set up their small instruments and machines turned quite boring fast. 3 remarkable things prepared the team for a twist in their mission. First, one of them got sick. No one knew what exactly happened to have him throwing up, riding a violent fever. He didn't admit to breaking any regulations. The team discussed the idea of sending him back to the shore and calling an emergency ship that would take him to a decent hospital. However, there was a noticeable reluctance in everybody around him. It was a bad omen, the reminder that something similar had happened to Harrison, and the rest of his team never returned home was too much to ignore. Even when the poor man slowly started to get better, everyone was already growing superstitious. It didn't help that the next day the group reached a new river, the second surprise. They had walked past a handful of small creeks and only one significant river that was barely shallow enough for them to cross, which they managed thanks to Harrison's previous knowledge of it. However, the second one was different. The general hadn't encountered it on his first expedition. The scientists started to run their tests as eagerly as usual, but they were promptly interrupted. The head scientist dropped the first sample they collected. The container shattered on the ground. The water splashed over their feet, and the scientist ushered everyone away from the river immediately.
What happened? Captain, what happened?
Samantha asked, trying and failing to keep her own voice down. Captain Miranda gave her a sign to wait for news and stayed by the general's side as they awaited explanations from the scientists. When only the general was needed there, the captain returned to the civilians to share the developments.
Sediments,
she explained, though she didn't look too sure of her own words.
The river carries an absurd number of sediments, and...
Harper, be honest.
Samantha pleaded with her.
Fine. Look. The water turned fucking red when they put it on the containers. Some of the natural minerals in Mara Magna's waters get easily stained when combined with other substances. You think this river looks brown and dirty, but upon a closer look, it was tainted red. These waters came in contact with human blood. The sediments carry traces of human remains.
The bodies!
Samantha gasped.
The bodies of the people that got lost on this island. We haven't found anybody yet, which is very strange, right? This means they must have been close to this river.
Before anyone else could confirm or deny Samantha's theory, the general spoke up.
That's absolutely right,
Harrison said with a vigor no one had heard from him yet.
We're on the right track, finally! If we follow the river, we'll find something that will guide us to the others. There must be an answer in the headwaters of the river.
If no one had stopped him, Harrison might have run along the river the entire night. However, Captain Miranda boldly stepped forward and said,
General, I'm under the obligation to remind you that this is an exploration mission and not a missing person search.
Her courage took everyone by surprise. Everyone but Hayden, who suspected even this disagreement had been planned by the two people in charge of the expedition.
You're right,
the general nodded, taking a good look at his team and at the sun setting down swiftly on the horizon.
We can camp here for the night, and we'll follow our scheduled route tomorrow. We should get to the mountain around noon.
The group followed instructions, and by then, everyone had gotten used to the nighttime routine of camping on Reaper Island. However, all of them could feel tension in the air. Something was waiting for them. That night, Hayden fell asleep right away, but had an uneasy sleep. And when he was abruptly woken up, he was almost grateful, until the pieces of the unfortunate puzzle of that night started to make sense.
Hayden! Hayden! Wake up! Please wake up!
Samantha's nervous voice roused him from his sleeping bag, but everything was still dark. It was the middle of the night. He was groggy and sleepy, and everything looked blurry.
Hayden, do you know how to shoot a gun?
What the hell, Samantha? Hayden thought he heard someone briefly laugh, but when he moved up to his feet, squinting at the light of a handful of flashlights in the hands of everyone already awake, he found a silhouette standing in front of him, holding out a gun.
There's no time. Hayden,
Captain Miranda said.
The general took off in the middle of the night with two of the soldiers. He's desperately looking for someone that most certainly died here years ago. Shortly after, the soldiers on guard detected a threat nearby, one of the native beasts from Mara Magna. The problem is, 3 soldiers went to deal with it, and they haven't returned. According to the scientists' scanners, there might be 2 more beasts nearby. And not only am I starting to lose faith in those little machines, I have only 2 armed soldiers left. So, can you handle a gun?
Hayden ran his hands over his face one last time, trying to gather his strength, his focus, and prepare himself for the worst that Reaper Island could throw at him. I do. I got this, he replied.
Seriously?
Samantha said. She eyed the gun suspiciously while Harper explained the slight difference between that modern Mara Magna model of a rifle and the guns that Hayden used to handle on Earth. I was a mercenary, back on Earth, Hayden explained, getting acquainted with his new weapon and suppressing a shiver when he heard the enemy growling somewhere in the darkness that surrounded them. Samantha gasped.
I thought you were a refugee like me.
Ex-convict, really. Harper interrupted them sharply.
We don't have time for this.
It was as if her voice became a curse. Just then, the ground started to shake underneath their feet. It started as an almost unremarkable tremor. Most people reached out towards the trees to steady themselves, and the people in charge of the guns prepared for a surprise attack from the predators. However, a question from Samantha changed the course of what could have been a familiar, natural phenomenon and became a great catastrophe.
Was the ground this muddy when we fell asleep?
Her question made everyone look down and discover that their shoes were halfway submerged in thick mud that covered the ground, which they were certain had been dry and thick some hours ago. On a whim, Captain Miranda stepped towards the scientists, who were huddled in the ground, careless of the mud as they lost their minds staring at the ground scanners. Harper snatched one of those tools from a man's hand and frowned at the results on the screen.
This doesn't show any of these changes at all! Shit! This is useless. We've got the water right, but we don't have a clue of what ground we're walking on.
The captain snapped. She threw the device at the ground and stomped forward. She didn't look behind her to see that the instrument didn't crack on the ground as she'd probably expected. Instead, it started to sink down in the mud, and it wasn't the only one. After only a few steps, Harper was starting to get stuck, and no matter how much she fought it, the mud was already covering her feet completely. The ground of the island was completely transformed. The layer of mud was growing at a breakneck pace, as if some dark liquid was springing from the cracks on the earth, or so it seemed. The remaining soldiers moved toward the trees, looking for leverage from this suddenly transformed terrain. The scientists remained frantically looking for answers. Samantha let go of her own safe spot to help Harper move forward. The problem was that the momentum of getting the captain unstuck sent the two of them stumbling down to the ground. Hayden rushed forward to help them before the mud could cover them much faster, but he wasn't fast enough to avoid a new onslaught of bad news. A shrill scream from Samantha broke through the already disturbed night. Everyone turned towards her.
A skull!
She yelled.
This time it's real. Oh shit, it's real!
Unfortunately, she was absolutely right. The more the mud increased around them, it became obvious that it was dragging up all sorts of remnants from previous explorations. Hayden helped the two women back on their feet, and as they moved toward the trees, they were able to catch sight of bones, unfamiliar scientific tools, and then even entire bags that belonged to soldiers long gone. That unsteady cemetery made up for a disturbing sight under the light of the moon, and the trembling flashlights that only some of them were still holding on to. What the hell is going on out here? Hayden asked as he prepared his gun again. He wasn't sure if the ground was still shaking, or if it was an effect of the layer of mud swallowing down everything on its path. It had reached his shins before he managed to climb on the nearest tree.
Some natural phenomenon we definitely were not aware of,
Harper answered as she helped Samantha climb a different tree.
The layers of the ground interact with each other. Maybe regeneration process? Cleaning the surface, dragging down the threads?
Samantha scoffed.
Yeah, well, it's messed up, but it's not so deadly, is it? We might be okay if we stay in the trees. How come this hasn't left any survivors?
Hayden closed his eyes for a moment to think. When he lived on Earth, he learned some of the worst skills a person could learn. He learned how to hunt down his own kind for a bounty. He was a hunter, and he remembered how to think like one. "We are invaders, newcomers caught by surprise," he said, loud enough to be heard by the remaining members of his team. "But the natural predators on this island must be familiar with this reoccurring phenomenon. This is more than its own threat. This is a natural trap." Hayden's ominous words made everyone exchange looks. Samantha, Harper, the other soldiers, and most of the civilians were sitting on the lowest branches of the trees, but somehow the scientists had not caught on to the danger they were in, or they were purposefully ignoring it. The group scrambled to get their attention.
Hey! All of you! Get up! Now! It's an order!
Come on! What the hell are you doing?
Oh, please, get up! Run!
Forget the fucking experiments!
What's it worth if you all die? Come on!
Oh my god! What is that?
Samantha's exclamation made everyone wave their flashlights around for the source of her distress. They were horrified to find what they were looking for.
It's the creature that soldiers went to kill!
Harper, I don't think the soldiers succeeded.
At the moment, no one could see the actual body of the creature, seeing as it was almost entirely submerged. However, it would have been impossible to miss the thick, sharp, numerous bone-like antlers that gleamed under the flashlights. They moved slowly but steadily above the mud while the creature they belonged to slithered underneath the surface. The group's yells intensified. Two of the scientists tried to stand up. The mud was well above their knees and made it impossible to move. One of them fought against the mud as if swimming in a disturbingly thick river, and one of them ignored absolutely everything around him in order to keep frantically working against the screens on his dirty and doomed little tools. After a few seconds that lasted like an eternity, a deep growl announced the inevitable end. The creature took a leap out of the mud, through the air, and landed with its open jaws right over one of the scientists, snapping its fangs on him, splattering the others with his blood, and dragging him down. Its immense body, at least twice the dimensions of a crocodile from Earth, disappeared under the surface for a moment, just long enough to pull down another scientist who screamed louder and more desperate than anyone else had ever heard from a person before.
Did you see how high that monster can jump? We are so doomed!
Samantha broke the deadly silence to ask. She was crying, shaking, assuming it was the end already. However, Hayden didn't quite agree with her. All the odds were against them. There was the captain, 2 soldiers, and only a couple civilians that knew how to handle a gun. They were fighting an entire island and an unfamiliar planet, and at least one creature that was more terrible than anything they had ever seen on their home planet. But Hayden was a hunter. He was a survivor, and all he wanted was to make it out of Reaper Island alive, and he was determined to fight until the very end for it. Part 6. Escape Route. Hayden Larson's life back on Earth hadn't been easy. In a world that collapsed and was abandoned by most of the population, it wasn't difficult to bend and break the rules of society. Just by being fearless and having good aim with a gun, he had earned a job doing every unethical deed that people more powerful than him wanted him to do. It was essential that he became desensitized to his actions and the culture around him. He killed animals and people alike because it kept him fed. He fought, lied, murdered, sabotaged, and destroyed anything he could as long as he got paid. Of course, eventually, it landed him in prison. He thought he would die there. He never imagined that the whole prison would one day be emptied out into a spaceship, or that it would take him and 1,000 more unfortunate or lucky souls, depending on their fate, to a planet called Mara Magna. Somehow, he had made it out of his old life, out of prison, and even out of planet Earth. He was determined not to die on a deranged and loathsome island. Hayden Larson promised himself he would make it out of Reaper Island one way or another. Fortunately for him, and for the first time in a long time, he didn't have to work alone. After the most terrifying night of his life, which was an impressive achievement considering the horrors he witnessed and created back on Earth, he woke up as soon as the first rays of the sun hit Reaper Island woods. After seeing the entire ground flooded and indestructible creatures devour several men on his team, the survivors climbed as high as they could on the trees and waited for the morning. Hayden thought he must have slept less than an hour, and only in periods of a handful of minutes. He didn't trust the island, so he couldn't let his guard down. When the sun rose and Hayden avoided any idea of getting more sleep, he looked around him to assess the situation. The ground looked firm again. About a dozen men were asleep or anxiously sitting on the thickest tree branches around. On a tree directly across from him, he saw the woman who experienced beside him most of the horrors of the previous night.
Rise and shine,
Captain Harper Miranda said as soon as she noticed Hayden was awake. She sounded as exhausted as Hayden felt. He wondered if she slept at all throughout the night. Hayden had never been particularly loyal to authorities, only to the highest bidder, but he felt sympathy for that woman. If it came down to it, he thought he could and would abandon any and all of the people in his team if it meant he'd escape the island. But he didn't envy Harper's position. It was now her duty to do everything in her power to make sure that as many of them as possible would survive and return home. "Are you ready, Captain?" Hayden asked her. Harper took a moment before replying, gathering her strength and preparing for what was surely turning out to be the most challenging mission of her career. Finally, she nodded, looking surprisingly confident in their odds. Then, she turned to the sleeping woman leaning against her.
"Sam, wake up. We have to move,"
Harper said, as gently as the situation allowed.
Please tell me it was all a nightmare.
Samantha grumbled, still with her eyes closed and her brow furrowed. She was merely a civilian. She had volunteered to leave planet Earth to start a new and exciting life on a different planet. She hadn't signed up for this wretched adventure. She was perceptive and ingenious, and the fact that she was still alive spoke in her favor. Still, Hayden suspected she would have fallen off the tree to a certain death if the captain hadn't watched over her through the night. Before anyone could confirm for Samantha that their dire situation was unfortunately real, they received proof of it in the form of a frightening yell coming from somewhere close.
"Help! Please help us! Help!"
It was enough to wake everyone up and get them on the move. Carefully, everyone descended from their hiding place high on the trees. As they landed on the ground, they finally saw two figures stumbling toward them.
"Help! Please!"
A man cried out as he limped toward the trees, dragging another man with him, both covered in mud and blood from head to toe. "The scientists that refused to help last night when they still had a chance," Hayden grumbled under his breath.
Don't be cruel. They look really hurt.
Samantha winced. The captain approached them, leading the rest of the group. She couldn't help the gasp that came out of her.
"What the hell happened to him?"
she asked. From up close, it was obvious that the man who called for them was, at the very least, still in one piece. The same couldn't be said for his partner. The man's jaw trembled and his tears mixed with blood and grime on his face as he explained.
"You saw the creatures, the monsters. One of them killed two of us within seconds. It stopped though. It stopped and it dragged the bodies away. Oh my god, their limp and mangled bodies floating in the water. I'm breaking apart."
"Calm down. Breathe. Keep talking while we help him,"
Harper said. She waved a hand and the two remaining soldiers moved forward. They took the injured man off his friend's arms and laid him down, resting against a tree.
"We thought we were safe then, but we couldn't see anyone. We didn't know what to do, and we didn't want to leave our equipment. This was valuable data, you know? We moved around, looking for high ground and safety. And yeah, I admit it, we were foolish to keep investigating. but the creature was gone. We really thought we would make it to the morning. But then, oh Jesus Christ, another one of those beasts showed up. You thought the jaws were impressive? You have no idea what it can do with those claws. He fought the beast. He really did. He got on its back to avoid its lethal teeth, but the monster threw him off and got the upper hand. Fuck. It scratched him up like it was trying to dig something out of him. He's only here because the ground was drying up. The beast had to leave, and I dragged him away before its claws could take him. All I could do, I took my shirt off and wrapped it around him to keep his goddamn intestines in. We have to help him. We have to do something.
The poor man hadn't yet realized while he talked, the rest of the team had come to an unfortunate conclusion about the fate of his colleague. The man sitting on the ground was barely conscious, dangling between life and death. Even immediate care couldn't have guaranteed he would survive. There was no way he could endure the return journey to the beach, the trip on the ship, and the transfer to the hospital. His arms were the worst part, as if he had tried to shield himself with them. They were mutilated to the point that bone was visible on his left forearm, and the right one hung preciously from wounded tendons. Although his legs were almost intact, some of the scratches on his torso were deep and long enough to graze the tops of his thighs, the same way his jaw had been dislodged. It was a miracle his heart and lungs were still working, still inside his body. His colleague's shirt was wrapped around his stomach, almost entirely stained with blood.
Doctor,
the captain sighed, standing back up to face the frantic man, still sweating and crying and retelling their odyssey from the last hours.
Doctor, listen to me. He's lost too much blood. His wounds are too severe.
No. Don't you dare. He survived. The others are gone, but he's still here. That means he has a chance.
Doctor! There's nothing we can do. He didn't survive. This isn't a miracle. This is just your chance to say goodbye. It's a tragedy. I know. It's fucking devastating. But we can't take him with us. And we can't stay with him.
The Reaper Island forest filled with a chilling silence. The doctor covered his face and cried. It wasn't just grief for a lost colleague, it was shame for choices taken that led them there. Hayden couldn't help himself. He didn't know much about camaraderie, but he knew he wouldn't have liked to hover for hours between life and death. He said quietly,
"The kindest thing you can do is put him out of his misery."
Nobody else seemed to agree, their faces contorted with shock and even disgust. Wisely, the captain cleared her throat and spoke up.
Let's give them some space. In the meantime, we need to come up with a plan.
This didn't sound well for her team. Samantha asked sharply,
"A plan? We're just going to go back the way we came, right? We're not equipped to face things as dangerous as last night's flood, right?"
That's up to me to decide,
the captain replied curtly. She barely sounded like herself. The pressure was getting to her. But she softened, just slightly, when she explained.
The general set out to follow the river in search of more survivors. If he's alive, if there are more soldiers stranded here, it's our duty.
Hayden shook his head. He didn't want to care about hypothetical strangers when they were all in great danger.
It would be safer to retrace our steps. We'd have less odds of facing surprises. We need to get out of here as fast as possible.
The captain pulled out the electronic device where she visualized the map of the island.
If we do things right, if we head to the center of the island toward the opposite shore, we could cut a couple days off the trip,
she argued. The remaining civilians joined in the complaints. The soldiers scrambled to take control, and everyone raised their voices to be heard over one another. Chaos was imminent. The sound of a gun going off startled everyone into silence. The civilians jumped in shock, and the soldiers aimed their guns, but the captain stepped forward and stopped everyone else. The gun in question was in the hands of the only living scientist they had left. The barrel was still producing smoke. His colleague lay completely inert on the ground. His agony was over.
If there are survivors, we have to find them,
the scientist said. He had the gun and the dead friend at his feet. Everyone accepted his word. The decision was made. Part 7. The Heart of the Island. It turned out that, after finding out just how dangerous Reaper Island could get, the slow passing of time in that territory became excruciating. The team had mostly given up any scientific research beyond retrieving as many of the scanners they left behind as they could. But even by taking a shortcut, it would take them approximately a week to reach the beach where they would be picked up. Their general was gone. Hayden had learned the one remaining scientist was named Dr. Damian Lewis, and he had taken the loss of his peers really hard. The surviving members of the team, fortunately, were still in mostly good shape physically. There were minor scratches and bruises earned throughout the exploration, but the fear they were all experiencing made them more determined to move as fast as possible. The fact that, during the first night, absolutely nothing happened only made them more uneasy. No threats, no natural phenomena, not even a shocking predator coming close to them. The group took turns to sleep, but it wasn't enough. The tension in the air didn't let them relax. The promise of tragedy in the air kept waking them up in the middle of the night, straining to see in the dark for unknown monsters coming for them. The next night developed in a nearly identical manner. The group followed the river, expecting the worst, and facing no challenges whatsoever. The fact that they didn't let their guard down and still waited for something terrible to happen probably saved their lives. The problem was that they were so focused on the possibility of the ground flooding and taking them down again that they didn't pay enough attention to the rest of their surroundings. The fog started out almost delicately, sneaking up around them like a ghost. It seemed to slither out from the river as soon as the sun started to go down. The team hardly noticed. They assumed it was normal, natural. It was rare to still see rivers flowing back on Earth. It wasn't until they stopped their journey to settle down for the night that they were hit by the realization that the fog was spreading viciously fast.
Should we start worrying?
Samantha wondered, realizing that, in a matter of seconds, they no longer could see their feet due to the several inches of thick fog still growing. "Can you figure out how bad this is?" Hayden asked their only scientist left. The poor man started looking as devastated as if he had just realized all over again that his team was dead.
"We lost any remaining air analyzers during the flood," he said.
"There's nothing you can do?"
Captain Miranda asked. She looked around her team. The fog was almost reaching their knees. Everyone was starting to lose their calm.
"Come on! What do you think? Is it lethal? Should we just go hide in the fucking trees again?"
I don't know.
"That's it!"
the captain snapped.
"Let's try to move away from the river for starters. It can't reach that far. Pick up what you can, take the essentials, forget the camp, let's go!"
Everyone started moving. They walked away from the river and its ominous fog, but as the dense cloud reached their waist, they turned to jogging and eventually running. Muscles aching after walking all day, sweating with fear even though the fog was unnaturally cold, chilling them to their bones. Lungs burning and hearts speeding up. Soon, they realized the fog wasn't just coming from behind them, but it was spreading from every direction, most likely engulfing the entire island. It was such a thick cloud that the ground was completely invisible, and they could hardly see their bodies. It was just vapor. It really wasn't solid at all, and yet, when it went over their chest, everyone thought they would suffocate.
Climb the trees! Now!
The captain ordered.
Go as high as you can! Shoot everything that doesn't look human!
It was an easy enough order. They had done the same thing just 2 days ago, and if they were still there, it was because they were capable of doing just that. There was just one problem. The fog was freezing them alive. Their limbs turned rigid and they started to shake. They tried to move faster, but it only made their muscles cramp painfully. One by one, most of them ended up falling to their knees. Every one of them cursed when they had to face the reality of being under the fog. It was worse than darkness. It was the complete opposite. They couldn't see their own hands inches away from their face. The hellish whiteness clouded their view entirely. There was nothing but emptiness and a distinct feeling of death as they trembled on the ground.
Oh my god! What the hell is this?
Samantha cried. She was on her hands and knees trying to find a tree to climb. But the rocks on the ground pierced her skin and the fog chilled her body in inhumane ways.
I can't see! I can't see anything! Harper? Hayden? Is anyone there? Help me! I can't see anything!
Samantha!
The captain yelled, trying to reach out for her. The fog was rising rapidly, reaching her neck. She leaned down slightly to try to pull Samantha's body toward her. But as soon as her fingers brushed somebody's body, a guttural scream pierced through the night and the body was violently ripped away from her. Something had grabbed this person and dragged them away so fast that the fog was disturbed, like a jet passing through clouds in the sky. Harper was frozen in place for a second, but then Samantha's scream came at her from a different direction. It hadn't been her, but she could be certain she had just lost a different member of her team. She took a deep breath as if preparing for a swim. She took careful note of the trees around her, and she went down the fog to find the other woman and hopefully bring both of them to safety. In the meantime, Hayden fought against the pain of the cold and pushed forward with chattering teeth. Left and right, he could hear the screams of the group, begging for help, caught by invisible jaws or claws under the fog. Terrified of the nothingness invading their senses, it was worse than being underwater. It was an absolute deprivation of light and sight. The fog went over his head, and he knew his only hope was to keep dragging his body forward to a nearby tree. There was a problem, though. A pair of hands, so cold they might as well have belonged to a corpse, grabbed his pants and held onto him. Under the roaring of the group fighting for their lives, Hayden heard the last living scientist on the island beg for mercy.
Help me, please! I can't see. I don't want to die. I'm not ready to die. Please! Am I dead? Am I already dead?
The doctor cried. Let me go! Hayden snapped at him, trying to get rid of him and move toward his goal without caring for the desperate cries around him. Get up! Let me go! He insisted. The doctor was beyond understanding his words. He relived the loss of his friends. He thought he heard them screaming around him, too.
Please don't let me die!
The doctor continued to beg, again and again. Finally, Hayden had no choice but to grab this man by the back of his shirt and drag him forward with him. He had been right. Just keeping his steady pace despite the violent cold, he reached a tree. Now, climbing a tree, while shaking with cold and tortured by the sound of a dozen people screaming for their lives around him, was a challenge he had never expected. Helping the doctor move up with him on every branch was tougher than he anticipated. He had to move blindly. He lost count of the number of branches they climbed, but there was no ending to the fog. It seemed the entire island was submerged under that thick, freezing cloud. And it would be
until the sun rose the next morning. That night was much worse than the first flood. This time, they couldn't sleep, not because they feared the predators that took advantage of the fog, making them invisible. They couldn't let themselves rest because of the distinct fear that they would freeze to death in their sleep. Finally, as the morning sun warmed up the island and vanished the fog, it was time to fall from the trees and count their losses. The captain summarized it all at the end with a grim tone and a dull expression.
We've lost 2 civilians and 1 of the soldiers. This time we have no idea what happened. We couldn't see the creatures that dragged them away. We couldn't watch them leave. We lost 1 more gun and 2 bags with supplies. This fucking cursed island was supposed to be warm. We didn't have the means to treat the frostbite on some of you, but we tried our best. We'll have to be even more careful from now on and cut down on rations. We can't afford any more losses. We'll stay en route, but there won't be any detours. If there are survivors, if the general's still out there, he'll have to meet us on the way.
Everyone agreed. Only the doctor had something left to say. Too many near-death experiences finally made him lose his mind, or maybe made him recover. Either way, and despite his vacant and heartbroken eyes, he was back to work. He started talking as if he were in a daze, saying,
"The river's turning blood red, the ground flooding in muddy waters, and the air filling with an abnormal fog. All these phenomena are related to water. It can't be toxic. We've been submerged in it and we're still alive. M92, GL gas, and more magna elements aren't lethal. They're just easily transformable."
Hayden scoffed and told him, "Fascinating, Doctor. Tell that to the press if we make it back home alive. How is that useful for us?" Surprisingly, the scientist had just the right answer prepared. He said,
"You mustn't fear the water in any state it is. Our only real threats are the predators hiding in it."
With that ominous recommendation in mind, the group restarted their retreat from the nightmarish island. It wasn't easy though. Their numbers were dwindling and their wounds had multiplied. They were counting on 1 night of reprieve on account of the previous behavior of the island. What they didn't know was that they got too close to the heart of Reaper Island, and their invasive presence was exactly what ignited these defensive mechanisms. The team declared themselves too worn out to travel through the night. They settled down near a lake as soon as the sun went down. The lake was sizable, right at the bottom of the highest hill of the island, the one that ended on a frightening cliff. They took turns keeping watch, but in the end, they were woken up by an external and completely unexpected source.
"Dead!"
A faraway voice called out, breaking the deadly silence of the night.
"They're dead!"
This ghostly cry filled the air from above.
"They're all dead!"
The mad voice continued to call like a raven, announcing a bad omen. Everyone in the small camp woke up. They looked at each other and all around them for an explanation and found none. They turned on their flashlights, stood up, and searched frantically. But it wasn't until they heard one final cry that everything made sense.
"She's dead! She's dead! My little sister's dead! You killed her, Reaper Island! You killed us!"
Finally, Hayden and the company raised their flashlights to the hill looming above them. It was almost useless, but the light of the moon helped them out. There, right on the edge of the cliff, a lonesome silhouette stood. It was General Harrison Holman, out of his mind by grief. Nobody knew yet how he confirmed his sister's death. All they knew was that he sounded out of his mind, and that he took one final step from the cliff. The camp filled with screams of shock, but they couldn't look away. Harrison Holman's body fell down from the cliff toward the lake. Time seemed to slow down, and then the sickening sound of a fresh body cracking and splitting upon hitting the hard ground. The witnesses jumped and gagged at the noise. But the most horrifying part was the sight revealed by their flashlights. The general's body fell where the lake should have been, but instead landed on a truly monstrous pile of human bones accumulated by the shifting waters on the island. The lake was completely dried up. The heart of the island had spread up again, and it was quickly coming for them. The team didn't waste one more second to reach for the trees around them. They were better prepared on this occasion. This time, when the mud went over their ankles, the last of them were already jumping to the lowest branches of the trees. Hayden watched his peers cheer and celebrate their quick thinking and actions. But when he met the nervous eyes of the captain, he knew she understood. They couldn't let their guard down just yet. The new threat didn't take long to make itself known. It started with yet another cry disturbing the silent night. This time, it wasn't human, and it wasn't scared. These beasts were hungry. They came from the pitch-black darkness around them. They weren't slithering through the mud or fog. These creatures boldly pierced through the air, snapping their hellish beaks at their vulnerable bodies, holding on for dear life to the tree trunks. They were unlike any birds seen on Earth or any other planet known to man. Bigger than a human, agile enough to make it seem like they could float through the air without even flapping their wings. And when they snapped their beaks on a body, the cracking of bones and the splattering of blood all around confirmed how monstrous they were.
Fire!
The captain yelled, somehow louder than the feral cries of these creatures.
Shoot them! No mercy! No stopping! No slowing down!
There were only a few guns left. Every man or woman reached for one. Experienced or not, they forced their bodies to comply with this mission. Silence became a long-lost memory, the night filled with gunshots, cries, curses, and heinous animals preying on the innocent. Hayden got to use the best of his abilities with even more urgency than he had ever used back on Earth. In brief seconds of reprieve, he took note of the captain, recharging her gun, Samantha fumbling with a gun for the first time in her life, the scientist shooting like a madman avenging his peers, and the last soldier shot a beast before it could get to their captain, right before a different creature got to him, picking him up in its large beak, ripping him away from the tree, and killing him barely a second in the air. Hayden tried to avenge him. He really did. His aim was excellent, and his skills with a gun were perfect. He was only missing one vital thing: more ammunition. For a moment, he thought it was over. He watched a monster glide through the air with its devilish eyes focused right on him. It should have been just a few seconds, but it lasted a lifetime to him. He considered throwing himself at the beast, finding a way to fight back, but then a haunting piece of advice hit him. He mustn't fear the water in any state it was. The only real threat was predators around him, and these monsters, their main advantage was their flight. Just 1 second before the beast could reach him, Hayden stood up on a tree branch, yelling at the top of his lungs, "Jump! Hide underwater!" And then he did exactly that. Part 8. The Future of Reaper Island. The team led by Captain Harper Miranda survived another night. They spent hours almost entirely submerged in the mud. Their enemies were too large to comfortably fly so close to the ground between thick tree trunks all around them. It was deeply uncomfortable and left the entire team dirty, exhausted, and disgusted. But there was something they couldn't deny. They were surviving. They were learning the tricks of Reaper Island and how to use them for their own benefit. Once again, When the sun rose, the lake filled, and the ground was sturdy again. They counted their losses. They had run out of soldiers, and the civilians had to step up to fill their roles. They used to be refugees, volunteers, and ex-convicts like Hayden. In Reaper Island, though, they were all survivors. Without wasting any more time, still fearing the worst, and trying to be prepared for an imminent attack at any time, the group started walking again. They moved fast. They reached the first path they followed weeks ago when they entered the island. Inevitably, they had to survive 2 more nights of absolute terror. Although they were better prepared, one of the civilians still lost his life to the mighty predators that used Reaper Island's water to their advantage. The team was exhausted, sick, and the adrenaline of surviving barely lasted them long enough to reach the beach and await their rescue. On the shore, they were safe from the attacks. They breathed easily for the first time in days. As they prepared to board the boat that would take them back to the mainland, Hayden addressed his team. "I'm thinking maybe it's possible to stay here. We know more about Reaper Island than anyone else. We could understand it and find a way to conquer it."
That's insane.
Samantha shook her head but smiled fondly. Harper seemed to agree. She said,
"You can come back, Hayden Larson. Later, when your bruises heal, when you have a team of your own, when you have the right resources. You'll be a good leader if you really want to be. If you give yourself a serious chance to care for others. For now, it's time to go home."
The scientist was interested in Hayden's suggestion, though. He said,
"We were able to retrieve a couple of the analyzers. That's more than anyone else had brought before. There's a lot of work ahead of us. The mystery of Reaper Island is barely starting to unravel."
Hey sci-fi horror fans, it's John. Thanks for tuning in. If you enjoyed this story, make sure to give it a thumbs up. Thank you to all our official members of the channel. Your support means a lot to us. Craving another scary tale? Click on that video on your screen. Until next time, everyone, and remember, stay cosmic.